Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's very much Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Oh my goodness, guys, I barely made it on time. Barely. Oh, sorry, I'm late. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. We made it all the way to the weekend, which is just exciting. I have the reason why I was late, oh my goodness, is because I had to film a bathtub. I kid you not, I had to film a bathtub. And right there, this is a live shot outside my house. Those gentlemen are just picking up the tub that I just made available, and it's driving away. It's driving away right now. That's an antique clawfoot tub. Just you set it out by the side of the road, and just like that, it's gone. It's gone. That's a view out the Airbnb window, by the way. A little spy cam looking out, not in. That's very important. Bye bathtub. So now we have to hold for a minute because my phone is blowing up with requests of people saying, "Is this still available?" And I have to say, delete listing. Boom. Delete. Done. It happened. I set it out. I ran in here. I started the intro, and I posted the thing. I ran in here, started the intro, and it was gone. That quick. It was a beautiful tub. It was beautiful. I'm a little sad. Now we get to watch the daycare. So I guess somebody's watching the kids. It's us. Oh my goodness. That was more effort than it was worth. I thought we'd have like half a day to watch it. Oh my goodness. I busted out another GoPro. I brought the Hollyland, these I've got 2 sets of these, but they're the wireless transceivers. So I've got a transceiver set up. I've got batteries and cables stretched all over in the kitchen of the Airbnb. I've got cables pulled from downstairs. I'm sweating up a storm because we carried the tub outside as well. Well, that was quick. Good morning. Happy Friday. That tub weighed every bit of 400 pounds. I kid you not. Every single bit of it. And carrying it down steep wooden stairs with 2 90-degree turns in them, not fun. Not fun at all. Props to my kids. Sorry about the back issues you'll have later in life as a result. But, that was so heavy. They did most of the lifting. I kid you not. They did most of it. I sort of guided from the side. Bathtubs are great for warm beds. I put in there, it's like free antique clawfoot tub from 1915 home, like free to a good home. I forget what I said. Use it, fix it, scrap it, or use it as a lawn ornament. Makes a great white elephant gift. I forget everything I listed in there, but yeah, my camera looks clear because I've got a lot of light coming in, a ton of light. I've got a door open and a window open so that the signal from the Airbnb can reach here, because normally it wouldn't. But because it's a wireless connection. We'll trade for lightly used bidet. Oh man, I would say new. I'd go new on the bidet. I'm a little picky. Anyway, we're here. Good morning. It's Friday. We have a short day of court to cover, and then we have another trial that we followed that has a related sentencing we're going to view today as well. So. See, Green Oz, gifted 5 memberships this morning. I'm going to try to speak without any R's. I'm going to try. Greeners, congratulations. Oops, helps if I put that on the screen. It is so stinking hot outside already. I don't know who ordered this weather, but it's like 85 degrees and 90% humidity. And that is not the temperature you want to be moving 400-pound tubs in. But I had people from all the way across the state, like within minutes. They're like, is this available? Can you hold this? I'll give you $5 to hold it. And I said, no holds. No holds. I put this on my on a listing saying that it was available. You had to come and carry it down the stairs. Crickets. Nobody wanted to carry it. As soon as I carried it out to the street, I was like, is this still available? No holds barred. Okay. We're going to do the whole morning thing in just a minute, so give me just a minute. Oh. You know why you got so many responses? I was gone so quickly. They're worth a lot on the secondary market, like a few $1,000s. Yeah. And I really hope that whoever got it is going to make a few $1,000s on it, because it drove me nuts. It was sitting in my hallway upstairs. It was an eyesore. It was a foot sore. It hurt my shin. All the bad things. There we go. Finally, after all that, chat is fixed. Welcome, first of all, before we go to the birthdays, we have to say welcome to Sophia Starlin, who was first in chat today. Sophia, you've been first before, but what matters is that you're first today. Being first today means that you're sentenced with internet ownership. It's all you. It's yours. Good luck, good riddance, and good night. No, just kidding. I need like a towel. I need that window shut because like hot air is just pouring in. Hang on, let me crank up the AC to icebox mode. Shh, don't tell Mrs. R.A. Oh, there, it kicked in. There we go. All right, so while that's going, it's No Pants Friday, by the way. I'm wearing shorts just for the occasion. I normally do anyway, but today I'm wearing them because it's Friday. All right, what do we have here? Birthdays. That's where we were. Did Ada get a hold of me? Not yet, but I haven't checked my messages. There we go. Here's our birthdays. Thank you, Sharon, by the way, for what you do here. This is a huge, huge help, as you know. Jennifer, Jill, Lori, all celebrating their birthdays or their special day with us. Wonderful. Today's a great day to celebrate. I kid you not, I need a towel. I have a hand towel nearby just for this occasion. Oh, man. And wait, one more thing. I've been desperately hunting for a little device. It's actually the first piece of equipment I ever bought that started me on this path towards YouTube. And it's right here. It's a USB capture card by Magewell. And you have HDMI in and USB out. And it's important because HDMI goes in or out. Sometimes everyone thinks that HDMI cable can either be in or out, but they're directional in most cases. This is HDMI in and USB out. So you connect this side to your computer and any camera you want to the HDMI in, and you get video. It's treated just like a webcam. So your digital SLR, or your GoPro, or a DVD player, or anything else you have, it works like that. I've been looking for this for about 2 months. I've been calling people. I'm like, did I loan this to you? That's how desperate I was. I'm like, I'm trying to remember who else I've used it last, where they had it. And it was inside one of my little transmitter boxes. So I'm like, whew. Which is good because they're $300. Now, they're not cheap, but man, they work so well. This is the best on the market. Sir, this is probably 10 years old, and there still isn't a better product than this for what it does. We can run 24/7. It works. Anyway. So that's my happy birthday gift to Jenny, Jill, and Lori. I don't have to buy another present for myself on your birthday, which I've got the bad habit of doing. So let's go ahead and celebrate birthdays before we go too far. Jennifer, Jill, and Lori all celebrate their special day. So join with me in the world's largest birthday sing-along. Warm up with me. La, 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 la. There we go. All right. We are ready. Blend your voices with that of your neighbors. Dancers, are they ready? Go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jennifer, Jill, and Lori. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jennifer, Jill, and Lori. Hopefully your special day is absolutely fantastic because it's a Friday. Okay, What's not to love about that? We're here together. Hopefully we can make it better. I realize there are many places you could be and many people you could be with. You've chosen to be here with us. Thank you so much. Help yourself to free pancakes down at Denny's. Tell them I sent you. And tell them to sponsor the show, because we need it. we need pancakes in a big way here. Oh, man. It is a good morning. I'm a sans tub. I'm tub free. For the first time in the last 5 years, I am tub free. And it is a good feeling. It's wonderful. All right, let's fade out the birthday music because we have a little bit of trial to get to. By a little bit, I mean about 3 hours-ish with breaks included. And after that, we have a sentencing from Robert McMurray. I forget his name. The judge that yells in the microphone like this. Like that judge. Like he eats the microphone the whole time. But remember in the Airbnb murder trial with the 2 defendants, one pro se, one not, Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Richardson. In that case, I can't remember her last name. It's escaping me. It'll come back to me. One of the girls that testified against them is in court, and she pleads guilty. And she throws herself at the mercy of the court in a way. And so we want to go ahead and watch that because we have that this afternoon as well. So we'll do that after the main Karen Reed portion. You have to say Weegob. Weegob says I look so good in yellow. You do, Weegob. It's a good look. And I don't mean to rain on your parade because yellow looks great. But man, orange is going to look fantastic. I'm just saying, orange will look really, really good. Enjoy the yellow though. Congratulations on 6 months. That is awesome. Nicole Wise, happy 6 months to the coolest place on YouTube. Thank you, Nicole. I'm glad you're here to make it cool. Thank you. Appreciate you. Guys, if I haven't said this enough, I'll say it a few more times. I finally got rid of our tub. I care not. There's 0 parts of me that think that tub might have been worth mucho boku. No, what is it? Mucho dinero. That's the one. Mucho dinero. It is good riddance, goodbye, and good luck to the new owner. I'm so happy, and I wish you would have waited a little longer so we could get a better video than this because I put so much work into this. Guys, enjoy this view. Okay, this is the view out the backside of my house. Isn't it great? Actually, this is the view out the kitchen window of the Airbnb. So the backside of my house looks sort of sideways across this. And yes, that big white bar, it's a GoPro just sitting in the windowsill. I put a no backseat sign on it. I did, and I also put a notice that we're not responsible for any back injuries they sustain in picking it up. I thought that was an important disclaimer to include because it was freaking heavy. Oh my goodness. I mean, you go to lift it, you're like, oh yeah, I can just, oh wait, oh man, it gets heavier like the longer you hold it. But, that's how we felt about our inherited 2004 35th anniversary Camaro by the time we traded it in. Oh, yeah. Life is good. All right. Should we start court? Is everyone ready? Is there any reason we should wait? I don't think we need to. I think it's Friday. We can go. Appreciate y'all being here. If I haven't said that before, thank you. Thank you for being here. I love that we can watch this together. Everyone's ready. This just gets spicier and spicier. So if you were thinking that this is the best part, the best is yet to come in this because it's the gift that keeps on giving. So we're going to go ahead and jump to court. I don't have because my bathtub cam is hooked up, which is right over here. Sorry, I don't have the bathtub cam is where the counter is. So I'll keep count on the size, but I'm just not going to have it on there. So we're just going to go just plain like this. Is that fair? It looks very plain with just the fan. It's like we're quite lonely. But we'll, I think we got some audio coming in, so we'll give it a listen here. There we go.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Jody, you can bring them up. You are unmuted.
Line them up anyway.
All right.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117. Counsel?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. So, Ms. Giannetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, my view hasn't changed, but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Yay, we get some leeway.
I'd like to define the parameters if I can, Your Honor, so that we...
All right, the jurors are on their way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay?
Your Honor, there is one other thing that we need to put on the...
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come here at Sidebar and we'll do this.
Nobody told me that. Somebody said there was one more thing. You're supposed to be like the Apple announcement. Oh, and one more thing. The judge needs to always know if there's one more thing. Good morning. Good morning, all. Can I just say, the online fervor over this case is getting crazy. So much so that I just want to close Twitter until this case is over. Obviously, I use Twitter for a lot of information gathering. I'm connected to public information outlets all over the United States that I've been with ever since I was in the news. My Twitter account, and it's separate from my Recovery Addict account, but my Twitter account that I use for news gathering, even that has tons of stuff about this case in it, which normally I just follow PIOs and everything. I saw that text, but I have not had time to watch it. It's been a crazy couple days. Looks like the jurors are coming in now. Yeah, it's gotten so much that I don't know. It's. I will say this: it's not helpful to our community or court access at this point. It's gotten to be a distraction to following true crime, which is terrible. You guys just want to watch out my window instead of the counter. You'll see a car occasionally. It is a live video. I mean, it looks like a still image, but it's live. Eventually, cars will drive by. I'm waiting to see the tub get dropped off. Or the exchange bidet, right? That could happen.
Good morning, jurors. I did not expect to have you come in and have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience with us. I do have those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
While they're doing that, let me tell you, we had a hit-and-run crash outside on our intersection, not where we're looking out here, but like the other direction out of the house last night, where both cars ran off. Like, collision in the intersection, spun out down the side street, both of them took off. Crazy. What's the world coming to?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and carrying the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
Good morning.
This is so noisy.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right,
Yes.
so you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014?
Yes.
It is now 2024?
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued at least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
Far and few.
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period?
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah.
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
It would mean that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends, so I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Okay. And
I'm
it
hearing
would have been a
word
surprise
for
to
word
you
answers.
that she showed up at whatever place you were at in those 3 years? Is that your testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to
You
me.
would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why are they fighting this so
Showing
much?
you what has been marked.
Just show her.
Sorry. I was just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Okay. She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Dan.
And with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, you would agree with me
Was
that it
improper
wasn't
impeachment.
just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Ms. Giannetti, not just
Sure.
10 years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with
She
Katie
was.
McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
Okay.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in a
What's
hot
your
tub
eyes?
with Katie McLaughlin in
Objection.
Maine, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lally's objections. Every time Lally stands, the witness's eyes jump to him. So she's like forecasting his objection every single time. I think there's a picture here. The hot tub, definitely there's going to be a picture if we're seeing if the judge is going to allow it in. But yeah, it is a long time frame. But I've got to ask this question. Why, if they have so much in common, would they not be friends, or could they not be friends? Why, if they're always at the same place, or not always, but if they regularly frequent the same place, why would she not be counted as, hey, she's a friend? Why are they trying so hard to say she's not a friend? I conveniently got rid of my tub right before the hot tub testimony, the day before, or actually the day of. It doesn't matter if they're friends, but if all my high school years and beyond, every time I'm out and about doing something fun, I'm photographed with the
You
same
mentioned
person.
that you'd been to Maine
Why not
with
just own
Katie
it?
McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away?
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away?
No.
Right? And it wasn't a half hour?
No,
All right. It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How
Argumentative.
many times have the two of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Ms.
You
Giannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No.
You've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. If I showed you a photograph of the two of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Ms. Giannetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. If I may approach.
Yes.
The bikini part wasn't needed.
Again, I'm showing you S for identification, one particular photo in S. If you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
That particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you...
Ms. Giannetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. with regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes, and the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in this...
Jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
Has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Oh, yeah, it's sustained.
How many college roommates did you have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates?
Yes.
When was that?
2015, 2016.
And there were two college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and two of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your two college roommates and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a time frame or something, Ms. Giannetti?
Sure, that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates, and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
Judge isn't giving a lot of leeway, just some.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, come on over. Jurors stretch. Okay, this seems silly. Now, let me play both sides of the fence here. If you are already decided or on the side of the Commonwealth on this one, this looks ridiculous. Why in the world would defense be focusing so much on who her friend is? Okay, doesn't matter. On the other side, if you're on the side with Karen Reed, you look at this and you say, why in the world are these two witnesses trying so hard to distance themselves, from a situation where if any of us were in that situation, we would probably refer to the other person as a friend. Maybe not a close friend, but a friend. Okay, over at the college, we've hot tub together, we've tripped together, we go to the beach together. Why not just say, yeah, she's a friend? Not a close friend, but a friend. Why is there such effort to pull this apart? It seems petty, and part of me loves this because it takes next level lawyering to extract answers like this from a witness who's sort of being hostile in a weird way, and I like that. But the other part of me hates it because I'd love to be getting back to the evidence of the trial, which we have not seen in so long. Yeah. Can I ask a question? Go ahead, Keisha. Kedia. Dang it. What evidence? What is the relevance of all this? That's the question. Well, first of all, from the defense side, I can tell you that it does go to impeach a witness who testified and probably most clearly about what Karen Reed is alleged to have said at the crime scene. The "I hit him" part. If they can impeach that witness's testimony and say she's not believable because she lies about who her friends are, then she obviously won't be believable about what she thinks Karen Reed says. And also, you got to see if she's lying about the friend that she's lying about would be the one who's benefited by her lie. Okay, that's where the catch is. it's been a long effort to try to impeach this witness. Yeah, it's relevant. It's relevant. That's why the judge has let him go there. But at the same time, the judge knows this is fringe, right? This is fringe. Some of the stuff they want to get into is so far removed from like the actual events of this trial, and sometimes there are things that really happen that are real, that are connected, but just aren't appropriate for court. And the judge rules on those and says, that's not relevant to this case. And the judge is trying to walk that line and allow what is relevant to what is not relevant.
Yes.
I think Mr. Yanetti's winning these sidebars.
I'm showing you another photo from S for identification, ma'am. If you look at that and look up at me when you're done.
She's done right away.
Who's in that photo?
Myself, 2 of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
Ask the question differently. That it's sustained in that form.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you expect... Well, by the way, whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
So your kitchen?
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen?
Yes.
And Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The 2 mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track cross country team back in high school, correct?
I don't recall that, actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Every time she tries
Once again, place S for identification before you, ma'am.
And he has a picture.
The first page and then the second page.
She's at risk of not knowing about a picture that might be coming in. That might counter her testimony. I was the slowest runner on my cross-country team. Literally, the slowest runner. And I remember my teammates. I remember the seniors when I was a sophomore.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those 2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Ms. Gianetti.
Thank you. Sure. Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle?
I did not.
At some point you saw him inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
you agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview, how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay, and so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton, Easton to Canton, Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time, is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do,
It was
yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
Okay. On January 29th of 2022, you were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming.
Correct.
Nothing smashing into anything else.
Correct.
No revving of tires.
Correct.
No noises outside.
Correct.
Nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have Exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be displayed? Do you recognize Exhibit 66 as being a depiction of your house?
Yes.
The front door to your home, there are actually two of them, correct?
Yes.
And when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you? I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway is to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
Okay. In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes.
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that your Jeep, being driven by Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He needs to say objection
Now, at
non-responsive.
this point, you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
The headlights would have swept across the lawn as well.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, turn your attention back to yesterday, you were asking questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the 2 kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the 2 kids, and that was it.
Okay, but how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Had you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation of 2014, correct?
Yes.
And about how many people were on your track team?
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
That's a small team.
Now, when you were at the house at 54 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking about?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo? I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall that?
I did notice that, yes.
Do you recall whether or not those lights were on or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection.
So form the question differently, Mr. Malone.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes.
And the brick steps are covered in snow at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes.
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, in any of this sequence, did you have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the flagpole?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
That was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No.
2 or 3 years ago, right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
Yes.
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are all set, Miss Albert.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Albert is done
Mr.
with
Lally,
testimony.
who is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Boyfriend's up. What if they've broken up by now? Does he have any reason to...
Why, just step right there?
Yep.
Make stand.
Face the call. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take this.
Does he have any reason to lie for his girlfriends? No? Is this an ex?
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Tristan Morris. Morris, Morris.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Mars, spelled
Easton.
Morris.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
Oh,
And
still together.
What is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin Albert?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voices, okay?
Okay.
So you indicated you went out and met them. Who is them?
My girlfriend, Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
And do you recall where it was that you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlin had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of their parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with their parents, though?
Very
Is that
short
fair to say?
Yes, I
cross-examination.
am.
Okay, you're familiar with their family, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that evening?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that, what if any relationship do you have with the company that you do any sort of plowing or shoveling for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those. Residence, houses, anything. Businesses. Could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out to?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go. Just how it always is.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep, yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacting you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
After you went home to rest or get some sleep, well, first of all, were you able to get any sleep?
Barely.
And while you were home in Easton, who, if anyone, was reaching out to you?
Yes, my girlfriend.
And so your girlfriend, Caitlin, was it calling, texting? How was she reaching out, if you recall?
I believe both.
And about what point in the evening did you start to get calls or texts from her?
I don't remember.
And at some point, based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
At some point, did you leave Easton and go back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any recollection of when that was over the course of the evening or the early morning?
No, I don't remember a time.
And in relation to when you got, let me ask you this, as far as the calls and the texts that you received from your girlfriend, Caitlin, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts, yeah.
And over the course of about how long a period of time? Was it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours, if you know?
I don't recall.
And after receiving those, you went to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And where did you go?
34 Fairview Road.
And are you familiar with that address?
Yes, I am.
And familiar with it because at some point during the time that you and Caitlin were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And about how long a drive is that from where you live in Easton to 34 Fairview Road?
21 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlin's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
Fairly older Ford Fusion?
2012, yes.
And so why was it that you took the girlfriend's Jeep Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
It drives way better in the snow.
And so when you left your apartment in Easton to drive to 34 Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Ms. Giannetti, can we... Thank you. Go ahead.
Can we ask him under oath if he's going to put a ring on it?
So when you were driving from Easton to Canton, it was snowing. Do you recall how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the snow that was on the ground in relation to how you drove from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
10 and 2.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether you parked on the street or the driveway? Or?
No, I don't know.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you communicate to Caitlin?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through a text or a call? If you know?
Text, it would be.
You pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her you're here, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, she comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And how much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
And when she comes out, do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview, though, correct?
I am.
And there's a couple of different doors on the front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't recall specifically which door she came out of?
No, I do not.
And when she came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in, which part of the car did she get in?
The passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Front seat passenger.
And at some point you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlin gets in the car?
No.
So essentially she gets in and you pull away?
Correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back to Easton?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road would be sort of heading towards Chapman Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would have been facing the house? Either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
yeah,
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
the
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
And what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes, the passenger side would be facing her house.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
I don't recall.
But as you were leaving the house, Caitlin's side or the passenger side would be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving away, what, if anything, did you have to do with regard, or what, if anything, did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
And did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
So the snow was coming down at least at a pace that you had
automatic, I guess.
the windshield wipers on, correct?
Yes.
And during that drive, specifically on Fairview Road, but at any point during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That seems strange. That his job is to plow. Literally is about to go out and plow, and he doesn't
Now,
notice
as
if
far as
something's
when
been plowed.
Caitlin gets into your car, how would you describe demeanor?
Okay, give it a minute here.
Not.
Gets in the car, is it fair to say you guys haven't seen each other for a couple hours, you start talking?
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
It's correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you were
Yes.
pulling away? Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's not much to cross here because he has no memory.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlin Albert for 7 to 8 years now?
Correct.
The two of you now live together?
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton.
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time?
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert?
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlin's siblings as well?
Correct.
You've spent time at their house?
Yes.
You've spent holidays with them?
Yes.
And you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabes, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlin, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabes.
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
If I showed you a photograph from that night, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
I place a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
Okay, go ahead and count. And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12. 12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Z for identification. Thank you.
This was probably the last of the satellite interference on this feed.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
When?
Did all of the Alberts and McCabes clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon?
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct?
Katia, that is much easier to pronounce. Having some feed dropouts here. We'll get through it here. Sorry, guys.
And do you recall the date that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And having, I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th. It was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
No.
Thank you.
Yes. You've never testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
It was at night, okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
Okay. Leaving aside what time it was, or strike that. Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do
This guy's had
remember
his
being
memory
there,
wiped.
correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up, yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34 Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did, okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No.
So it had to be the driveway, right?
Must have been.
All right. And when you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No.
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
When was that? I don't...
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
You were aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
Correct? And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin, and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize.
Of course.
I withdraw that comment. But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
How did Caitlin contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin, despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes.
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes.
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning, that at that point the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right, and there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring, I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah.
And the answer to that question is?
No.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
Okay. And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
Or even one piece?
No.
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
No, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep?
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes.
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So it should be favorable.
If I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
Towards that way, yes.
Okay. So the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes.
All right. That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about, the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Wow. No Recollection.
That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regards to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall, or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlin, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to Plea?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlin, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
We'll allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with her.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
I didn't want to get snowed in.
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attended to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Sarah Levenson to the stand.
Wow. She's high maintenance. Do you know what the court transcript is? The record of the court? Those words will live in infamy, my friend.
Follow this way. Just watch your step on.
Remain standing and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to execute the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
It's our 30th witness of the trial.
Pull down that microphone. You talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Is that a poet shirt? What do you call that?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sarah Levenson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me, so I would say now it's been about 10 years, so about 8.
And that his house, as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
Plenty of times, is that?
Yes.
And on that particular evening, how was it that you came to be there? How did you get there?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
And your friend Julie, is that Julie Nagel?
Correct.
And yourself and Julie Nagel, how long have you known each other?
Middle school, so a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Miss Nagel, were you in the same grade together?
Yes.
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point, and brings you over to 34th Fairview?
Correct.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34th Fairview?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
When you arrive, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got there?
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister, and then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, so at some point did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
Hey, Ashley, why does Judge Boyce
have any idea where they were going?
Placeholder for today? Do you know?
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out, or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of the same room, is that correct?
Correct.
In the family room that you're talking about, well, let me ask you this. Sort of, with respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors. Correct?
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house, please.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen dining area?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that, at some point in time, did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And who was it that came over between 8 and 9 o'clock?
Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, A-L-B-A. Catherine Duty, it's Kathryn-D-O-O-D-Y. Emily Fabiano, the last name, F-A-B-B-I-A-N-O, I believe it might be one B. And then Mary Kent, K-E-N-T.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know them?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend and you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else did you go within the house?
Just the family room, the kitchen/dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And just so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking, when I'm saying you sort of in the plural, so you in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine, I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please. Thank
Sorry.
you.
And about how long a period were they upstairs seeing the family dog?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
It's fair to say that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music going or anything like that?
Yes, music.
And if you recall, like sort of how was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school, so it's kind of like, we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
So he's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with?
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Alec Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and...
You could speak up, ma'am.
Sorry. He was there when Miss Judy, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there, because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all at the house?
Two to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Judy, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up, and then Miss Kent, Miss Judy, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Judy?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was there?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, Who, if anyone else, came to that?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you bit by bit. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of a staggered fashion, or how did they arrive?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert, being senior, and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that evening?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin?
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Kate, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there or in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe's were there?
I don't remember.
You recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
No. Do you know?
No.
Okay. Next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults, is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Other than the rest of the people that were there earlier than, correct?
Correct.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group either before or after go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area of the home?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that you were at the house on Fervor?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some point, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. And it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point in time?
No.
Let me ask you this. As far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regards to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him. Prior to him arriving, she said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
Sustain.
Said hearsay.
And so, in relation to when the folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming from you guys out?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury sort of what was it that was behind you as far as where was you going?
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of the plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
And how many times did you?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
So let me ask you this: was it once, or more than once, or something else?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the times that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came into the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Miss Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
So like a bigger SUV, correct?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that point?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down at your feet?
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
And when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes, so Matt was driving, Jennifer was in the passenger seat, Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No?
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to, or what was the address or something like that?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was something that was like plugged into a GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where to go?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
And who got dropped off?
Julie.
About how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's house?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's, and 5 minutes or so from Julie's to yours.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird, and she said something along the lines of, "Oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way?" Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point?
Yes.
So she sort of turned to talk to you while you're in the back seat?
Correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car, or the window, or something else?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway?
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So...
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
Okay.
So at some point did you drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on, or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car, or with anybody else in the car?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversation at that point?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Riley.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having at that point?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar on this one issue. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
He's calling for hearsay. What would his exception be to allow this in? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let me show you this, guys. Tell me if you see this differently. We're still going to keep listening, but why does my date show the 17th right down here? You guys seeing this? Scheduled for May 17th. Everyone else sees the 21st or 20th or something. Curious. That's the Daybell trial. It doesn't continue till Monday. And normally don't fast forward just through a sidebar because they're usually pretty quick. About just a minute, and usually we forgot to take it down. You might. Bree B, Alec B, court hearing today, 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Yeah, 1 year. That case, Alec Baldwin's case, assuming this motion today fails, because he wants to have everything dismissed. This is basically the last shot at getting his case thrown out. If this motion fails today, trial begins July 10th for Alec Baldwin in the Rust murder trial.
So, Ms. Levenson, without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you are conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something to you, correct? Or says something out loud?
You got
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says something?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No.
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
One of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was a next door neighbor or a couple of houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
What's the comment? We can't hear what she said.
I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See you folks in about 15, 20 minutes.
All right, to the court, please. Here's your notebooks and follow me.
You are muted.
I want to know what that comment was. Somebody saw something in the snow and somebody looked. Jury out, jury out. See if we have any business, otherwise we'll skip ahead. Looks like we're on break. So let's skip ahead just briefly here. She said 15 minutes, right? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It took like a half-hour break. Man, I'm glad we skipped that one.
Thank you. Maybe see you close back a second.
All right, let's bring Ms. Levenson in, please.
Another witness.
Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend?
Correct.
You've been to his house many times?
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well?
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they have in the backyard?
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's, in that basement, a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family?
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert?
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
Do you find him a little standoffish?
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So, again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time?
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute, but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She's confused by those questions.
And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but yes.
And Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time?
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nagel, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nagel, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
Your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me it was noisy in the kitchen?
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house?
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.?
That's correct.
But there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but...
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
Correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? And that was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, Counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry. I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach to grab that. Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read
Yes,
the question.
I'm just clarifying, yeah.
But I did read it accurately, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents?
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And
Possibly.
where were those 2 cars parked? Were there strike that? Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both, closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage?
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other?
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn.
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
1 piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 4 of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right.
Yes.
Behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
My home was.
Okay. Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those two females?
Okay, I'm going to see it, Sidebar.
My home was visited. I wasn't visited. My home was visited. I'm not sure what she's getting at, unless she wasn't there. Because the next question was, do you recognize? So that would insinuate that she was present for that. I wonder if she said something in a deposition of some sort or in an interview that trying to impeach her with. A couple things happening today in the world of true crime. First of all, Chad Daybell case not proceeding today. It's going to come back on Monday, so that'll be on the Top Rank Media channel. We may take a look at the Alec Baldwin hearing, which is going to be starting here in just a few minutes. We might do a delayed look at that.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levenson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ron.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Why did she decide not to speak to them? She just didn't want
Ms.
to?
Levenson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe?
A few years.
That
7.
period of time that you were talking about where Miss McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're...
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as, with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
When I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home. But out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Ms. Levenson.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. I will say that she came across as quite
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
It's me. Julie Nagel's up. Witness number 31.
step for me.
Thank you.
Main stand, face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
I love the attention the judge gives the witness when they're sworn in.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have 2 older brothers.
And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother Ryan is 31, and then my other brother Sam is 27.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over a year and a half.
Now, ma'am, if I could get your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go then?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior, yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school, so I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you?
He was a year below me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
Or Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one with?
My friend Sarah Levenson.
How long have you known Sarah Levenson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And had you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday, just to gather and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levenson and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the 3 of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after, though?
Yes, yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levenson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Elba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and was Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Were they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levenson?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct, yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levenson than the other 4 girls that came with?
Correct, yes.
You mentioned, as far as those 4 individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Judy, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know?
So on the mm-hms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question? Thank you.
So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin Albert?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2022?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about before?
I don't remember. A little bit after, though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived?
Yes.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or just generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie. Just hanging out, drinking. That was it.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlin Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about, sort of the initial with, was Caitlin there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levenson, the other four young women that you were talking about, and Colin Albert, was Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was
Okay.
in relation to that time, who, if anyone, was charged.
Okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Do you recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
All of them
Was
plural.
anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about
least
here
6.
drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within it?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen and dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and do you know who left first and about what time?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine, Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered portions?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure, no.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left from?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did, so.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door to the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left, or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back through the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlin Albert, sorry.
Okay. And so when they came back, as far as the other four young women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes.
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents?
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you...
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
So you met him the first time that night at the Fairview home?
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family area. The floor plan, which was the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the evening?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say, give or take, like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else in the house?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he went upstairs, but...
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
Yeah, we were all sitting in the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Do you recall specifically, I know we're talking over 2 years ago, do you recall specifically where people were within that area around the table?
I don't know.
Do you recall where you were?
I was sitting in the corner so I could see the island, the kitchen table, the front door and the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group, did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:13 and 1:45?
No one else came in, no.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you, where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer, McCabe, Sarah, Levenson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him like an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Brian Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about, did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted, oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was in?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few...
I want to hear the answer first.
Just a few people saying, oh, just have your brother come in. So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway, and they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck, Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
And so you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it sort of through an open window? Did he open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fervor?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Okay. And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home. Was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home with your brother?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer?
Correct, yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levenson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed, looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out, did you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or in the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
And when you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So this is the first time we've got a witness who's basically saying this is Karen's car, right? Here. Big book.
Nagel, I'm going to direct your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is the laser pointer. Press on that button and point it up at the screen. Okay?
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
$71, $72, Don't turn the page.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Ricky's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that
the end of the driveway,
the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that.
right in front of the mailbox, a little bit past the mailbox.
If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to where that would be in this photograph.
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
All right. George, feel free to stand
She
up.
did it anyway. That was much further down on the left. She just pointed and said that the second vehicle was in front of the mailbox, and then in response to the question, can you see where the vehicle was the second time you, or the second vehicle? Did I hear that wrong? The second vehicle was right in front of the mailbox. Could you locate that? Can you see where the second vehicle was when your brother's truck or whatever was there? And she said it was in front of the mailbox. And then he showed another picture and said, now can you see in this picture where it was? And she pointed, and it was way further down. Is that what's happening? Is that what the fight is? Trying to pay attention to the details on this one, because I think they do matter. But right now, the Alec Baldwin hearing is happening over Google Meet. Everyone's remote. We might check in on that, but they're basically arguing to have the whole case thrown out. Probably not going to happen at this point. It's a last-ditch effort. They're challenging the indictment.
So again, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 72. You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that second point was that you saw. If I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. Just come in if I can have that up on the screen. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
Down by the flag.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point, after a couple minutes, come back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you had mentioned that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
This is the first testimony in a long time that
at some
says
point
much
over
as
the course
anything
of
about
the
fair
evening,
trade.
things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that the people left the house on that morning?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Miss Levenson and the McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door. Where was it that you went?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to it?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path to the driveway to the car?
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway and you?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levenson was sitting
on? The side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Miss McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Miss Levenson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to it?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Miss Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
I'm facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, you know, sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much, but...
So the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say like close to like the street, but like in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now,
So she saw something.
I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask, the area where you saw this black object, can you see that area depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed it.
Right next to the road.
Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the back seat of the car?
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, what, Julie? And I was like, I don't know what it was. And then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference to that, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So you may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So at the time, after the black vehicle was there, she sees something dark in the area that John's body was found.
Ms. Nagel, if I could just ask you one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area, the flagpole, can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long, but.
And at the time that you were driving by at that point, you could tell what it was?
Not quite sure, no. It was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Here comes the cross. This will be interesting.
Thank you, Ron.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early.
Is this pants on fire? Call the fire department.
You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
Right. And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5 of 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levenson's name from the DA's office.
Objection. The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15?
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levenson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levenson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct, yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
I did not know.
Nicole Albert?
I did, yes.
Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there?
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry, can you...
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before.
Whose home?
The McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
At their home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar, did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's Golden Doodle, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers?
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood?
Correct, yes.
Talking?
Yes.
Drinking?
Yep.
Singing?
I don't remember.
Dancing?
Yeah.
And all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
You believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him.
I don't know.
And you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't know.
So let's move this along, Ms. Dean.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know. No.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
It's got to be at least 6.
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know. I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
Who was it that said that you wanted to stay longer?
Myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? The passenger seat?
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
To the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Cave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, it's like that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox?
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it moved?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right. And that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, when it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
Just a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
Right. You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention, at least one of us is.
Yeah.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you called her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levenson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And Sarah Levenson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levenson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levenson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah.
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case?
Besides today.
No.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Unity.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Who did you tell prior to today?
Who are you throwing under the bus?
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you've now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property, yes.
Not as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levenson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No,
You did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No,
You didn't ask him to back up.
nope,
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
no,
You had your phone with you, correct?
yeah,
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
Hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Did you text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You had your friend Sarah Levenson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah,
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm done.
Go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes,
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
yeah,
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
yes,
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
yes,
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
no,
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing, right?
yeah,
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours, is that correct?
Yeah,
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
yes,
You were drunk, right?
some would say, yeah,
You would say.
yeah,
You believed that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
and I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have previously testified, I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believed that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
Is your memory exhausted?
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the county police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection,
no
Your
one in
Honor.
that house saw
All
a
right.
body on that front lawn.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions, thank you.
All right. So we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know if it actually stinks. And
Disregard.
we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
Sorry, I don't know.
You can stand.
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last juror goes,
I can go. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Wow, it's spicy and it's not done. It starts again on Monday. This Monday for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
yes.
Are we done, Judge?
I haven't really looked at this yet, but what time are you going to do this? So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want.
Oh, she's out of here.
Okay.
Your Honor, sorry, may we approach this as a scheduling thing?
Counsel, we're still on the case, so why don't you come on up?
We're not quite done. Quick sidebar scheduling. Let's see if we get any details on this. Spicy. That witness, the only witness who claims to have seen something on the lawn, and the very last question, which was objected to during the question and sustained during the question, was Mr. Yannetti saying, and you didn't make this statement to Mr. Proctor until after you heard the defense announce that no one in the house had seen anything on the front lawn. And the judge says that's, of course, improper. And it's going to be stricken. We have a couple things to still do today. We have a couple things. We're not done. We've got a hearing, actually a sentencing in the AirBnB murder trial, but not the murder trial that we watched together. It's the murder trial of one of the girls who testified against two of the boys. If you remember, Kalish, I think is her name. The one who's changed her life around and is now working as a legal assistant. I forget. Paralegal?
Goodbye.
Wow.
Good, all right.
How's that for an Irish goodbye? Goodbye. You're just out of here. See ya. Okay. I do like this judge. I think so far I think she's being very fair. But let's stop this. Let's go back and see if we can find the case in question. There we go. This one right here. Is that one working? Oh, people are moving there.
Call from Angela.
Hello, Angela. How are you doing?
Hi, Scott. I'm doing good. Hi, chat. Yeah, it's me, Green. Who's sorry if I butchered your name. Yeah. Well, sorry to. I wanted to yesterday or last time I called. I told you about the tells that the Alberts had. I don't know if you saw, but because they're discreet somewhat, but they actually look at Lally when they get very uncomfortable questions, as if they are looking for, help. But later, I'm not gonna spoil, but they're like, it's very obvious if you look at them, it's obvious if you know how the courtroom is,
laid out.
how the courtroom is, where everyone is, and where everybody is standing, especially the Brian Albert Sr., Janetti even, wrong lawyer, Jackson even pointed out, where is your lawyer sitting? And he said, behind you. So I think that Janetti picked that up, and that's why he asked him, where does your lawyer sit?
Yeah. I saw it differently. Because we can't, and I wish we could. I wish we could see everything. I wish we had like multiple cameras, almost like a Zoom feed. Because I believe there's motion, and the person objecting makes the motion first, and the witness then catches the motion and sees that there's going to be an objection. That's how I saw that. I don't think they're cueing Lanny so much. Oh,
not gonna spoil battle. Let me put it this way: watch more, pay more attention to the cues. Let me put it that way.
I'm just saying, in this last witness, I watched her eyes, and I haven't commented on it. That she sees every time there's going to be an objection, because it's mid question. It's mid question, and it's a very surprised response. It's not like it's not like it.
Yeah.
I think that she's seen motion first from Lanny, and I believe the sound. If you listen to the breathing of Lanny, because he's mic'd quite well as well. I think we hear him. Objection like that. So I think he's making a motion. Yeah. That's what I think it is. I don't think the witness is cueing Lanny. I don't think Lanny would be able to respond as quickly as that. I don't think that's not his style. I mean, he's quick on the response. He's been very quick on the objections throughout trial, but I don't think he's basing it off the witness's cues.
Well, I don't know, but I need to say something. I don't know if you read, but the last witness, it has came out that she was visited at her workspace by an Albert, and people are saying that she developed, and her coworkers are saying that she developed panic attacks. And her actually, so I don't know if that will come out, when it will come out, because her coworkers are talking,
So you're talking about in the future. You're giving us spoilers, right?
No, I am saying about this witness. This was just this witness, the what was her name?
Julie Nagel.
What? Yeah, I'm talking about her. So no spoilers. This is actually...
I don't think we've had any of our coworkers testify yet.
No, but people are talking online.
Oh. See, I'm just focusing on the admissible evidence. So that makes it a little different.
Yeah.
There's this case online is crazy. I will say that the two sides are so far out there that some people are just like yelling into the night on these two sides, and both sides are, I think, too far out there. It's just too wild. It's too wild. I'm just trying to steer clear as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, enter X or Twitter or whatever with caution. With huge caution.
Yeah, and
I still have not picked up any block. I was not blocked by anyone yet, but not that I tried my best, at least.
I don't think I've been blocked either. I also haven't been named in any of the lists of people who was doing it wrong yet. But maybe we're just flying under the radar because we're a little on the replay. But I will say that it's. I don't like it. I don't like what's happening on Twitter. I don't think it helps the community. It's not constructive. I mean, a lot of times we get together and we're like, hey, what about this evidence? What about consider this and things like that. That's good. That's good. And we're like, well, how does this witness compare to the testimony we have there? I want that all day long. That's the good stuff. But we've got theories that are being thrown out there that have not been presented in court at all on both sides that are just wild and crazy and just a lot of yelling on both sides.
Yeah. Well, the usual, what if Adam Nuski said, you're blocked, you just don't know it yet. Well, I'm talking about the most frontal people like Grant and Jennifer Coffenduffer, and I'm talking about them. I might have my X feed is still full with their tweets.
They haven't blocked you.
So I know that I'm not blocked by them yet.
There are some pretty vocal voices out there. Some of those people you just named are part of them. I will say that I am having trouble with X, and I do pay the, I don't know what it is, $8 a month to have the check mark. Not for the check mark, but because I scroll a lot of Twitter, and I can't be timed out. I can't have like a limit of 1,200 messages because I look at about 6,000 a day, and so I pay so I don't run to the end of my feed. I get to keep seeing more stuff, but every time I post something, every single time I post something, I have to do one of those Arcos challenges to prove I'm not a robot. They're like, we detected some strange activity on your account. I don't know what it is. Every single post, I have to go back through and authenticate that I'm human and pass a couple little tests where I have to say, move the person on the bus into the seat that corresponds with this code. It's weird. I don't know what it is, but if somebody could get to Elon Musk and have him fix that so I don't have to do that again, that would be great. That'd be awesome. So. Yeah,
wait in line. He is still currently in a fight with Sweden, so wait in line for that one.
Sounds good.
Last time I checked, at least.
Yep. Anyway.
On the other note, that's actually the crowd is not the reason why I called you. I called you because of something else. I might have mentioned on email or something that we are doing virtual tour at my work, and today we had a visit from the company that is doing the virtual tour, and she had this fancy camera, 360 degrees camera, and it's not the one, and it's not really fancy camera. It's the one that most YouTubers actually
the one on the end of the selfie
use.
stick.
So I can send. So I can send. I took the picture, so I can send it to you. And it does not cost a whole lot of money, and it's really good. We tried it out to take the 360 degrees picture, and it was really, really good. So I can send it to you.
I know YouTube has the ability to accept a 360 degree camera feed in a live stream, I believe, or at least in a video. I'm not sure if in a live stream yet, but anyway, we'll look at that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got to kick off court. We've got a hearing we have to listen to.
Yes. So that's actually the reason why I called you, and just Henry Troll just got in the way a little. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Good to hear from you.
So thank you.
All right.
Good to hear from you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yes. Bye bye.
All right. We have a court. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's turn off our seismograph because this is a different court. Does this look familiar? This courtroom looks
Ms. Rivers, can you hear us?
Oh, I can hear you. It's super loud, though. Let's be a little quieter.
Yes, I can.
Great. Good afternoon. We're going to go on the record in the matter of the state versus Lindsay Kalish. It is 20 SC 176922. And my understanding, Mr. Zimmerman, good afternoon, is that this is a plea hearing?
The judge is like, what are we doing today?
Is it a negotiated or a non-negotiated plea?
Negotiated, Your Honor. We're just filling out the paperwork.
All right. Mr. Hiles, you ready to go?
I am, Your Honor.
How have you been?
Pretty well. How about yourself?
All right.
Jeez. All right. You good? Yeah. Right. So this is Lindsay Kalish. She testified against Pritchett and
when you say
Richardson.
The paperwork, it's the plea form? Okay.
And she did so without a deal, just hoping the court would be merciful to her in her case, because she had this face.
We'll do electronic signatures unless you want it otherwise. Can you make sure if you're going to be operating from there that you're near a microphone? You need to, wherever you're going to be, it needs to be near a microphone.
I was going to, I'll play and sit at the witness stand.
Okay.
He's going to sit at the witness stand so he can be heard. That's funny.
And Mr. Zimmerman,
either prosecutor, by the way.
You all can either be at the podium or at council table. I don't have a preference as long as you're both near a microphone.
Okay. Let me do the podium.
Okay. Then you'll both need to go on up to the
So
podium.
she testified facing like 20 felonies or something without a deal. And she's the one that's been studying in law or whatever. Now, this is going to look a little funny because we see that she's on the right-hand side of the lawyer. And when the camera turns on, she's going to teleport to the other side. This image we're looking right now is reversed. It's a reflected back image it should be corrected, and it's not. It's
now you
reversed.
see what these poor witnesses have to go through to get the...
I do.
All right, let me see if there's a better way to do this.
And just for a little comparison, her two co-conspirators, the two boys that were charged.
All right.
They got what?
Okay. So we're on the record. Mr. Zimmerman, my understanding is that you and your client are prepared to go forward with a plea colloquy. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Kalish or Kalish?
Kalish. Your Honor.
Kalish. I got it right. That's how it's spelled. Ms. Kalish, the way this is going to work is that in a moment, Mr. Hiles is going to put you under oath. Once you're under oath, you'll need to answer all of his questions and mine, truthfully and completely. My job is to answer any questions you have, but the only way I'll know if you have questions is if you let me or Mr. Zimmerman know. And if at any point during our conversation you need to speak with Mr. Zimmerman in confidence, just let me know. You guys can go back to the table. You can even step outside the courtroom. I don't think anything should come up that prompts that, but you've got a right to confer with Mr. Zimmerman while we have this conversation. So will you let me know if you have questions or concerns?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hiles, before you put Ms. Kalish under oath, she is charged in most of the counts. Is this a plea to all of the counts, or how, is this being structured?
So it would be structured as follows. Counts 2 through 8, and it will be a reduction from armed robbery to robbery.
It's a plea only to counts 2 through 8? Or you're working your way down the list?
I'm working my way down.
So you skip count 1?
That count 1 would be no process, I believe. What is
1 is home invasion?
Yes. Yeah. So that one is no process.
Okay. 2 through 8 are the armed robberies. Those are being reduced to robbery?
Yes. That's OCGA 16-8-40. And then it would be a plea to count number 18, participation in criminal street gang activity, with the remainder of the counts to be null prost.
All right. So 2 through 8 reduced to robbery, 18, the gang activity, everything else null prost or dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Got it. I can follow that. Okay. When you're ready.
Okay. And would you like the recommendations?
However you want to do it.
I'll go ahead and just give it. The recommendation is to be 15 years on probation. The special condition being no contact of any of the listed with any of the listed victims in the indictment, no participation in criminal street gang activity, and no contact with criminal street gang members.
15 years probation as opposed to 45 or 55
Ms. Gallagher,
years
will you
in
please
prison.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Lindsay Jordan Kalish.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
I am not.
Is there any medications that you normally take that you have not taken today?
I am not.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
What is your highest level of education?
College.
Okay. Did you graduate from college or you have some college?
I completed a certificate program through college after all this happened.
What does that mean? Like it's a certificate in?
Paralegal.
Paralegal.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
I am.
Okay. Do you understand that you are pleading guilty to counts 2 through 8 of this indictment, which have been reduced from armed robbery to robbery. Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand that you are also pleading guilty to count number 18, participation in criminal street gang activity? Do you understand?
I understand.
And do you understand that each count of robbery carries with it a potential sentence of 1 to 20 years?
I understand.
And do you understand that the participation in criminal street gang activity carries with it a potential sentence of 5 to 20 years?
I understand.
Do you understand that you have the right to either plead guilty or not guilty to these charges?
I understand.
Do you understand that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial?
I understand.
Have you reviewed the waiver of rights form, also known as the plea of guilty form, with your attorney?
I have.
And I know I'm far away, but I am showing you a form that has your name, Lindsay Kalish, at the top, stated plea of guilty statement. Is this the waiver of rights and plea of guilty statement form that you went over with your attorney, Mr. Zimmerman?
Correct.
And is those your initials by each of the rights you're waiving?
Yes, sir.
And on the last page, I'm sorry.
So she's taking a plea.
Second to last page.
There'll be no trial.
Where it says signed under penalty of perjury the 16th day of May. Is that your signature on the line that is marked defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes, sir.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's services?
Very much so.
Mr. Zimmerman, do you waive formal reading of this indictment for purposes of this plea?
Yes.
And Mr. Zimmerman, do you waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your client's name, for purposes of this plea?
We do waive those.
Do you understand, Ms. Kalish, do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that there is a joint recommendation of both your counsel and the state as to 15 years of probation to the 7 counts of robbery and the 1 count of participation in criminal street gang activity? Do you understand?
I understand.
And do you understand, however, that the court does not have to accept that recommendation and that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other? Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including in federal courts?
I understand.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on entering a guilty plea today?
I understand.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to the revocation of the balance of your sentence? Do you understand?
I understand.
And do you understand that you are not allowed to possess nor use a firearm while on probation?
I understand.
Ms. Kalish, are you a United States citizen?
I am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, may affect the right to obtain employment, or will affect your right to transport or possess a firearm. Do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
I do.
I'm going to go through these next rights, known as the Boykin rights, individually, okay? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the right to trial by jury?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to confront witnesses against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to the presumption of innocence?
Correct.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence?
Correct.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt?
Correct.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and to enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Kalish, are you asking to tender this plea under the provisions of the First Offender Act?
Yes.
Have you discussed all of the ramifications of entering a plea under the First Offender Act?
Yes.
The gain is set too high, so it overmodulates, and that's not something you can
under
fix.
the First Offender Act, that if you violate the terms of your probation or violate Georgia law, you could be subject to the revocation of your first offender sentence, adjudicated guilty, and sentenced up to the max on each charge that you have pled to. Do you understand?
Correct.
Okay. How do you plead to counts 2 through 8 robbery?
Guilty.
How do you plead to count 18 participation in criminal street gang activity?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charges against you?
Correct.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Correct.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from this date, from today's date, to file what is known as a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and or constitutionality of your guilty plea?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have only until the end of this current term of court to file any motions requesting to withdraw your guilty plea today? Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Your Honor, were this case to go to trial, the facts would show that on the evening hours of November 7th of 2019, Lindsay Kalish and her friend Lauren Riley were hanging out at the apartment of a YSL member known as Voss Coleman, along with several other members of YSL. Also present at that party was an individual by the name of Max Pritchett, who went by Rick Rare. While at this party, Miss Kalish and Miss Riley received a Snapchat from one of the victims named Christian Riggs. In that Snapchat, it was an invitation to a Halloween party at an Airbnb located at 1040 Wiley Street, which is City of Atlanta, Fulton County. Instead of going to that party as an invitee, Miss Riley stated that the individuals present should, quote, hit a lick, meaning rob the party, because that invitation in that Snapchat picture contained what appeared to be large amounts of drugs as well as cash. At that time, particularly Miss Riley and Mr. Pritchett and Voss Coleman engaged in planning the robbery of this Airbnb and solicited the help of an individual by the name of Tyrone Robinson, who went by the name Baby Slat. In the early morning hours of November 8th, 2019, Lauren Riley drove Lindsay Kalish, Tyrone Robinson, and Max Pritchett to the Airbnb located at 1040 Wiley Street. The two males remained in Miss Riley's car while Miss Kalish and Miss Riley entered the property, and they, upon entering the property, they scoped the location of the drugs and cash, and a picture was sent from Miss Riley's phone to Miss Kallish's phone, which was in the car with the two boys who were waiting in the car armed. Miss Riley stole some of the drugs at the party herself, ran out of the house, and after Miss Riley was out of the house while Miss Kallish was still in the house, the two males entered the house armed with assault-style handguns and masked. While in the house, the DJ of the party, Vikyat Gatani, was pistol whipped several times, causing severe lacerations to his head as well as a fractured skull. His personal property was taken from him.
He stomped on his head.
As well as the Holden Carmody, Jackson Buckingham Heil, Rebecca Mears, Christian Riggs, Christian Hooper, and Noah Walker were all held at gunpoint as well, with their personal property being taken from their persons and at gunpoint. At some point during this home invasion and armed robbery, Ms. Kallish can be seen fleeing from the front door, and the individuals can still be heard screaming at the victims inside. Ms. Kallish runs down the street and is eventually picked up in the car by Miss Riley and the other two males that went into the house. The four individuals then returned to Voss Coleman's apartment in Midtown, where the proceeds of the robbery, which turned out to be drugs, was dumped on the bed, and it was agreed that Tyrone Robinson and Max Pritchett would sell the THC edibles and then give some of the proceeds to Miss Kallish and Miss Riley. I should also note that the wallets and the cell phones of the victims that were taken from their person were thrown from the car, from Miss Riley's car, as Robinson, Pritchett, Riley, and Kallish fled from the scene, with all of those proceeds being recovered by either neighbors or some of the unhoused individuals in the neighborhood. It was very apparent from the video surveillance in the actions of all of Miss Riley and Miss Kallish that those were the two that were somehow connected to the armed robbery and home invasion based on their actions inside. The end of Miss Kallish and Miss Riley were identified through the assistance of some of the victims as well as Instagram. And then about 8 days after the incident, Miss Kallish and Miss Riley voluntarily came to APD headquarters to interview and give a statement. It was at that time that the two were taken into custody. And after being taken into custody, Miss Kallish then described how the events of the robbery were planned. Though she initially denied any involvement and tried to distance herself from the crime, she did turn around and was crucial in identifying the two male gunmen that went into the house and physically committed the armed robbery. Your Honor, Ms. Kallish, as you're aware, did testify for the state at trial, truthfully, we believe, and consistent with her later proffers after she was released from custody. Part of the reason of the state's offer to reduce the crimes, reduction in crimes in a, I guess, relatively low sentence compared to what the other individuals were offered and sentenced to after trial is because of, one, her cooperation in this case, but also her actions after she was granted bond by Judge Ashley. She was granted bond over the state's objection. She followed all of her bond conditions, and as time went on, She was granted more and more flexibility to obtain employment as well as to finish school. She, by the end of, just prior to the trial of Robinson and Pritchett 2 months ago, or a month ago, she had completed her paralegal certificate and was working 2 jobs while living with her parents. And this entirety of this time, though she had some freedom to go to work and come back, for the most part, outside of work, school, and medical appointments, she was on house arrest, with the exception of a couple of concessions by the state to visit some ailing grandparents out of state. So a lot of the state's recommendation to reduce comes from not only her cooperation, but also her, I believe, remorsefulness for the crime, as well as acknowledgement of her role, but a outward showing of the ability and intent to better herself. That would be all from the state at this time, Your Honor.
Do you have any victim impact statements you want to share?
I do. If you would allow me, none of the victims wanted to speak personally, but they did provide a statement, and I had it pulled up on my computer. If you'd allow me to grab that.
I will allow you to grab that.
You can wander from the jury box back to the prosecutor's table to grab that. So she has really changed her life around from the moment she got arrested. Well, or very soon after she got arrested. She started cooperating and really changed her life around. And so much so that her bond conditions became more and more relaxed, allowing her more and more freedom over the past 4 years. And she's got her a certificate in paralegal studies. She's working 2 jobs. She's on house arrest. She's very remorseful. She testified for the state against her co-criminals. And
Your Honor, this is a victim impact statement. It was provided by Holden Carmody. The other individuals, victims in this case that I reached out to, they were informed of the sentencing, but indicated that they did not want to prepare a statement or were not available to speak due to work obligations.
Can you remind me, I got to meet all of them. Which one was Mr. Carmody? Was he the person who had rented the house?
He was one of the individuals, Mr. Carmody, Mr. Riggs, and no, I'm sorry, he was not.
There was someone who basically, this is where he was staying. Like Christian, he wasn't able to stay with his parents.
Christian Riggs was the
That's Riggs?
Riggs was the individual that, Mr. Carmody was the one who had bleached hair, and his Invisalign was stolen.
Ah, the Invisalign, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Remember.
So, and it's entitled, dated May 14th, 2024, entitled Victim Impact Statement of Holden Carmody, addressed to the judges and parole boards of Pritchett, Robinson, Kalish, and Riley. It's regarding State of Georgia v. Kalish, Pritchett, Riley, and Robinson, indictment 20 SC 176992.
So this is not specific to her case, it's to all 4.
I have been forever changed by the traumatic events of the home invasion and assault conducted and planned by the persons named. The experience occurred several months after I graduated from high school and immediately pushed me into a flight mode to escape and try to forget the near-death events. I chose to, quote, run to an unknown city, away from the support of my family, and I attempted to self-medicate by living a fast life with an unhealthy crowd of people. I spent nearly 2 years trying to avoid the feelings and engaged in bad behaviors. I distanced myself from my family. I didn't hold down a steady job and was generally lost. They stole my Invisalign braces, and because I left my home and my established doctors, I couldn't get a new set and proceed with my dental plan. My braces were not strictly for cosmetic reasons, and even if I had tried to renew the treatment plan in California, I didn't have the money to do so and lacked the skill set as a young man to navigate the dental system on my own. Avoiding the dentist and orthodontics has caused me additional and compounded oral health problems. I believe that it is fair to state that by running and delaying my education, plans for college, and removing myself from my family support, I have suffered financially because my life moved off track. Witnessing the brutal violence of a person being beaten with a weapon while crying out for their life is traumatic. The memories can loop in my brain and put me into a form of panic. There are several triggers that cause me to struggle daily. Since the assault, I struggle with trust in people and in settings. I continue to have a habit of avoiding my back to doors and feeling that if I had a weapon during the invasion, I would have been safer. This attitude is at odds with my family and is a cause of great distress in our relationship. I have sought counseling at times and know I need something consistent in that regards because I am forever changed and affected by the nightmare of a gun to my head. Sincerely, Holden M. Carmody.
Thank you.
The only statement from the victims right there.
We have someone from pretrial on. Could I ask you a couple questions? Ms. Washington, hello.
Hey. Yes, you can. You can ask me some questions.
Okay. What criminal history information do you have for Ms. Kalish?
Pretrial.
I have one prior arrest cycle, not including the charges in this matter. There were a total of 3 arrest cycles, but that would include
The attorney's like, one? What
this
for?
matter. No felony convictions were listed, and the defendant did go through a pretrial diversion program, which resulted in a dismissal of the first arrest cycle. Nothing further.
What was that first arrest cycle for?
It was for possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and that was out of DeKalb County.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Mr. Zimmerman.
She's going for
Your
first-time
Honor.
offenders.
You submitted letters to you the other day. Obviously, you replied that you had them. I got a few more letters just given to me as people walked in. I don't know if you want to look at them or you're okay with what you have.
Unless there's something really, really different in them, I take it that Ms. Kalish is a great neighbor, a great lacrosse teammate, works very hard at Goose Dumplings and other places. She's a great sister, et cetera, et cetera. She has a lot of folks who support her, and many people who are very impressed with the direction Ms. Kalish has taken after what has been described as unfortunate events, poor choices, not robberies with guns, et cetera, but she's got a lot of support. So unless there's something new in there, I feel well immersed in that feeling.
You have the same, that's the theme, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to just speak a little bit, and we'll let Ms. Kalish do more of the speaking. But before I came here, lying in bed last night, thinking about what I could tell you about Ms. Kalish, where we were, so at the beginning to where we are now.
Did you work with her from the outset?
From day one. And I was struggling with what to think about, because what to tell you, because it has a case for so long. We've got to know, I say we. I have my paralegal sitting here, Charles Middlestat, who's defense investigator, intern. Other than our intern, we've known Lindsay for a long time, known her family. When Charles and I actually first got a call on Saturday after Thanksgiving 2019 from Lindsay's dad saying, "Thank God you answered the phone." It was like 8 o'clock at night. He's like, "We just called Bruce Harvey, but he didn't answer." So I picked up the phone,
It's a second choice
got
lawyer.
involved, got with Charles. We went down to the jail a day or two later to see Lindsay down at, I guess, Union City Jail. And she was scared, remorseful, in a terrible place mentally. Couldn't believe what she got herself involved in. She'd been involved with, pills, drugs, wanting to live a different, loose and fast life. Got involved with some guys that was a little beyond her grasp, and things just spiraled. She was scared she would go to prison for the rest of her life. She knew what she did was wrong. She comes from a great family. She's a smart kid. She had a good life before this, just took a wrong turn. She had a scholarship to play lacrosse. By all accounts, this was not the person that anybody ever thought she would be. some point, a couple months later, we were able to successfully work out a bond. She immediately wanted to cooperate and help, and Charles and I met with Mr. Hiles and Detective Maldonado, and she provided a statement. She was crucial because nobody else could really identify Robinson and Pritchett. I remember back then, Mr. Paul Howard didn't want our involvement, but Mr. Hiles impressed upon him that it was important because they needed her specifically to identify the other two. Lauren McCulley, who you know, she's going to come today. She told me that she remembers listening to the jail calls when Lindsay was in jail and remembers how remorseful Lindsay was just on the phone calls for family compared to the other perpetrator, Miss Riley, who was not as remorseful. She got bond. She went home to very strict circumstances, had home confinement, living with her parents. She got a job. She was not allowed to be on social media. She followed all those rules to the T. I don't think there's any violations whatsoever. During that time, Max Pritchett had a probation revocation hearing, which Lindsay did go, and that was her first time. She testified against him twice. She testified against Max Pritchett at that hearing. In fact, sort of funny side note, as I was driving down to the courthouse, got a call from Miss McCulley that Lindsay was in court and she needed stockings because she probably would look better. And so I just stopped at the Walgreens over on Marietta Street. I was about to go out of business and get some stockings to bring to the courthouse.
You're her personal shopper as well.
Yeah, because Lauren said it looked like more like Lindsay's going to go to a club than to testify. But she didn't know. My fault for not telling her maybe to dress a little bit different. But my point in telling you all this is because it's been a arc from who she was when we first met her to where we are today. She, my daughter plays high school lacrosse. Lindsay even recommended her coach when my daughter wanted to play goalie. So Lindsay's old coach and former teammate Julie has been my daughter's coach the last few years, tutoring her, training her. Julie couldn't be here today. But Lindsay is not the person she was in 2019. And, thankfully, I say thankfully, not thankfully that we had COVID, but thankfully she had the opportunity that when unfortunately we had the pandemic, this slowed down the case, obviously along with Max Pritchett and sovereign citizen stuff, but that slowed down the case because she was able to spend time at home, work on herself, spend time with her friends, her family, and make something really of herself to have a future. Because the way things looked at the beginning, she was going to have absolutely no future whatsoever. And she is a changed person. I can't, she calls me, she texts me. I just want to read to you what she sent me for my birthday. Because she's a big heart. On my birthday, last May 4th, she texted me, "Happy birthday. You're my real life Superman, and I appreciate all your hard work and dedication. You deserve to have the best day ever. Enjoy your concert." Went to Colorado for a concert. So that's the type of person she's probably always been. She took a pretty bad right turn for a while, but she's back on track. Everybody here today is for Lindsay. I assume, right? Everybody's here, right? Yep. Okay.
It's okay not to be for Lindsay. You're not required to if you're here. To be clear.
I don't know everybody's face. I'm just making sure. Richard Elliott's here too.
Happy birthday, Kelly P.
She has a lot of support. She's really come a long way, thankfully. And she'll do great things. She's been working at Tappers, Goose Dumpling. She's a personal trainer at Crunch.
That's 3 jobs.
And I also want to thank Reeves because honestly, it's the first time I did really put my trust in a prosecutor for the last 5 years and really just trust that we'd end up in the right place at some time. Because there's never really any promise of where we'd be or what he'd recommend. But I did have a lot of faith in him and got a little nervous when there's a little bit of a switch. But I do thank you for your hard work in communicating and working with me and working with us. It's been a long road. And happy we're finally here today. It's not a graduation that we want, but certainly a graduation of different sort. And we ask that you accept the recommendation, and I'm going to let Ms. Kalish take it from here.
Recommendation is 15
Before I hear
years
from
probation.
her, I have read the many letters, minus whatever you just received. Is there anyone else who's going to be saying anything on her behalf? Because I'd like to interact with Ms. Kalish last. So if there is anyone else, now is the time rather than after.
I think we're mostly okay. Is anybody who feels the need?
Nope.
We're fine, Your Honor.
All right. So you want to go first or you want me to go first? I mean, I have some questions, but if you have some things you want to say and want to get those out, maybe you'll answer some of my questions and then I don't need to ask them, but we can do it either way.
If that's all right, I'd speak. I
I
would
asked
like
her
to
to
speak
write
first.
something that you can look at because she's very nervous. So.
I can understand why you're nervous and it's fine to read something. And if you have difficulty reading it, hand it to Superman and he will read it.
Listen, I'm nervous too because I care.
You'll get through it.
I need to.
So, yeah. Okay.
I need to.
You know which door you're going out.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Hiles, and members of the court. First, I want to apologize. I'm sorry to the victims and their family for the trauma, pain, and suffering that was caused, and to my family and friends that I have disappointed as a result. I am filled with deep regret and remorse with my involvement in the incident that occurred on November 8th, 2019. I am so sorry for what the victims had to go through, and I truly hope that they are able to move past this and live fulfilling lives. No one deserves to have their life threatened and be put in such a dangerous situation. I don't think that they will be able to forgive me and my poor decisions, but I want them to understand the full sincerity of my words. I stand before you, Your Honor, the court, friends, and family, not as the 19-year-old naive girl, but as someone who has dedicated the past 4.5 years of my life to create the best version of Lindsay Kalish. This includes boundaries, morals, values, productivity, helping others, and selflessness. The journey began with the realization of the harm that I inflicted on others and myself. It was truly a wake-up call and a moment of clarity that forced me to face the consequences of my actions. During my time in custody, I learned invaluable lessons on accountability, empathy, and the severity of my actions. It wasn't easy, but I found the strength in the support of my loved ones and the ones who believed in my ability to change. After being released from physical confinement, it was the start of a second chance. With the strict conditions of my bond, I severed the relationship I had with drugs, social media, and people who did not have my best interests. Realizing and learning that true fulfillment comes within my identities and my values. True fulfillment does not come from external validation or substances. I discovered that I found fulfillment in being more present with my family, the joy of genuine connections, the satisfaction of being true to myself, the importance of integrity and empathy in all my interactions. Testifying against others was a terrifying challenge, but I did not let the fear steer me away from speaking the truth. It was the right thing to do, not just for myself, but for the victims as well. I am committed to making amends with my past to pay back what I helped cause and turning my remorse into positive actions. Every day I try to be a better person than I was yesterday, to live with purpose and show compassion and integrity towards anyone I meet. This is not a journey I can face alone. I'm overwhelmed with the support shown from my friends, family, and unexpected allies. I'm extremely thankful to my legal counsel for his dedication, diligence, and compassion. I would not be here today if it were not for you. I would like to thank the prosecution for their patience, understanding, and acceptance and recognition of my transformation. Your Honor, Judge McBurney, I would like to thank you for being so patient, fair, and approving of the amendments of my bond. As I look to the future, I am filled with confidence and determination that I will achieve great things. Through years of therapy, I have learned that I cannot have my past define me. If it were not for this incident, I would not be where I am today. I would probably be dead. The past 4 years have been the most difficult years of my life emotionally, and up until this day where I hope to get some clarity, it has been hard to be excited about a future when I am unsure of the outcome today. Through this journey of self-discovery and growth, I've accomplished many things that are proof that I can be a productive member of society and to be of a service to others. The journey has only begun, and I would like to thank you for believing in me, giving me this opportunity, and the understanding of second chances.
Thank you for sharing that. Tell me, at the ripe old age of 23 and the amount of time you've had to reflect, why you think you ended up in Las Coleman's apartment that night. I don't mean like specifically Lauren called me, but like what in your life led you from being star lacrosse player at Northview High School, supportive family. You are benefiting from a lot of things that I can't tell what was going on with Mr. Pritchett's family, but life is about comparisons, and I need to compare you with the other people who were involved in this case. And Mr. Robinson, I don't think, had many of the breaks you had in life. And that's not his fault. It's not your fault. It's just sort of the reality. But I can chart his trajectory more clearly. He had all sorts of issues, juvenile court, et cetera, and you see a grim path. And he found family through whatever sect of YSL we were dealing with. Your course doesn't make sense to me. And so I'd like you to tell me, now that you've had 4.5 years to think about it, however long it's been, why you ended up in Voss Coleman's apartment that night.
I always felt like I needed to belong somewhere. And in high school, it was hard to keep friends. And then I got out, and Lauren, who I thought was my best friend, it felt almost secure in a way that I had somebody. It was a sense of belonging. It was a sense of like lust and greed. I would see all these people on Instagram and rappers, what I thought was a great life with a bunch of money, and they didn't have to work. And it was very infatuating. And I was very drawn to that, a sense of belonging, a sense of doing whatever I need to feel accepted.
Okay, I think I understand that. Keeping up with the comparisons, Mr. Pritchett got a second chance. He was involved in a real serious thing where someone died, a home invasion. They just didn't get a call at that because there wasn't a felony ultimately inside the house. And his lawyer argued persuasively in front of another judge to give Max Pritchett another chance because he had done well in high school, et cetera, young, not much of a criminal history, a lot like you in some respects. And it doesn't seem like it was a good idea to say you should have a second chance. That did not end well for the DJ at the party. It did not end well for any of those folks who were held at gunpoint. And we heard how this has affected Mr. Carmody, and he didn't have his head cracked open. He had his Invisaligns taken, but it's affected him in a way that shouldn't happen to anyone. Why am I not going to see you in 3 years with Mr. Zimmerman at your side saying, Judge, it's okay. I know it's the second time, but really we need to give Ms. Kalish a third chance?
I've taken these years to change every aspect of how I thought, what I was doing, who I was hanging out with, the stuff I was indulging in. I've changed all that. I don't find fulfillment in it anymore. I don't think I involve myself with bad people. Everybody's here to support me. They're all coworkers, friends who all have my best interests. But each and every day, I try to be better than the last and show empathy towards myself because I can't punish myself forever. But to move past that and just continue to be on a good path. If that answered your question.
It did, no, and you are showing me that you have, it's not just what people have written here, you've actually been processing what you went through, and in some ways, more importantly, what you put other people through. I'm not putting the gun in your hand, you weren't the one with the gun, but you knew how this was going to go down. And everyone is fortunate that the way it went down is that no one was killed, because I'll bet you a large sum, more than rappers make, that had someone died as a result of this, Mr. Hiles wouldn't be saying 15 years probation. Correct. It might be less than the people who did the shooting, but it wouldn't, this opportunity that you and your lawyer have been able to create for yourself, I don't think would have been on the table. And there's not much separating that outcome from what happened. The guns were there, the people were there, and you never know, again, you were out of the house by then, but someone in the house has a gun, and then you've got someone with a gun pointing a gun at someone with a gun, and that never ends well. So it was a real messy situation you were in. Okay. Well, I appreciate very much, Mr. Zimmerman, the work you did to paint a comprehensive picture of what Ms. Kalish has been doing since the incident, but also what she was like before the incident. And that's helpful in a way that I don't always get when I'm confronted with a complicated sentencing. This is a gray situation. Ms. Kalish wasn't the one with the mask and the gun, but she also wasn't someone who simply provided a tip and then said, hey, you guys do with it what you will. Do you have any questions about anything, Ms. Kalish?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I find that there's a factual basis for your plea. I'm pretty familiar with the facts of the case, and so I'll accept your plea. I also find that your plea is knowing and voluntary. Voluntary means no one's forcing you to enter this plea. You are standing here next to Mr. Zimmerman because you've decided this is the right way forward. You know, you could go to trial, the jury could hear all about it, and you're choosing instead to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And a knowing plea just means you've understood all about your rights to have a trial and the fact that your lawyer could cross-examine witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. Knowing all those things, you're agreeing to waive those rights and enter a plea. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I need to talk to you about first offender. Do you have a position on first offender, or you simply ask some questions about it?
I am comfortable with her taking it, given the length of the probated sentence. And however, I would defer to the court.
Okay, I know you're not commanding me, but you don't object.
No.
Okay, all right, that's what I was getting at. Because sometimes with charges this serious, Ms. Kalish clearly qualifies for first offender, but the state says, hey, someone got shot in the arm. It's not okay to do first offender. No one got shot in the arm, and there's clearly a precedent for first offender and home invasions involving Max Pritchett. So, okay, first offender is primarily an opportunity and a benefit. It means that while you will be under sentence for a long time, if I follow this recommendation, you don't have a conviction. So if you're trying to go back to school, get a job, keep a job, anything where someone says, hey, do you have a felony? You can check the box no, and you're not crossing your fingers behind your back. Wow. You will not. You will have this sentence, and it's a very real sentence. It's not a pretend sentence, but a first offender is someone who doesn't have a conviction. And if you navigate till you are 38 or whatever it would be, depending on the sentence I give you, and it's successful, and maybe it ends a little early because you're doing well, but whatever, at the end of that sentence, if you complete it successfully, you can work to have it all expunged.
She's 23 now.
It wasn't a conviction to begin with, but you can have it even further removed from your record. That's the good side of first offender. You know someone personally for whom first offender didn't go well, and that's Mr. Pritchett. And I'm not saying you are he, but that's a great illustrative example. If we are together again in 6 months, not because I'm at Crave and you're helping me work out or Crunch or whatever it's called, but you're back in here because you got arrested for doing something, and it doesn't need to be as serious as this, but you didn't really tell us what the true arc is. The arc that's been illustrated is you may get pulled over for speeding, but that's going to be your engagement with law enforcement. But if we're wrong about that, and your arc is elsewhere, and you're back here because of a burglary or this or that, not only do you have new charges, but I have the ability, if the state proves that you violated your first offender probation, and that's a much lower burden. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's probable cause. It's not it's a preponderance of the evidence. It's not a lot. If the state proves that, I don't know what I do. It would depend on the circumstances, but I could revoke your first offender status and resentence you. And you have pled to, what's the maximum for the game? Is 5 to 20?
5 to 20.
Okay, so
165.
Yeah, it's a lot of years. You'd be dead
165 years.
If I were to revoke and sentence you to all of it. Now, you'd have to do something pretty extreme. There need to be some dead bodies piled up. But you need to understand the risk, because that's a big old window. And so you could be back here and all you did was steal someone's car. Okay, wrong arc. Clearly, we were misled. All these people who took time out of their life to say, Lindsay's a great person, Ms. Kalish is a great person, you duped them. As I might say, 5 years or 10 years, that's all within 0 to 160. And I'm emphasizing that because I need to make sure you understand the downside or the risk of first offender. It can all come tumbling down. And that's exactly what happened to Mr. Pritchett, not on his sentence in this case, but in that revocation at which you testified with Mr. Zimmerman's hose. So do you feel like you understand the pros and the cons of first offender?
Yes, sir.
Understanding them, do you want to be sentenced as a first offender?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, the pantyhose. The stockings.
I am sentencing you under the Probation Options Management Act. And that means that while you're on probation, if you have a technical violation, that would mean missing a meeting or maybe once you test positive for something you shouldn't have in your system, you and probation can work that out. They might recommend you get some drug counseling or who knows what, if something like that happened, but you don't have to come back here. But if it's more serious, any kind of arrest, anything that would indicate, and the prosecution, the DA's office, and these investigators on the gang, they are all over social media. And so if your face pops up and it's you and Voss Coleman or something like that, they're going to jump on that. I'm letting you know they're going to jump on it. And you saw it during the trial. And if I'm confronted with an Instagram or whatever the latest app is, and it's clear the photo was generated after today, that's you hanging out with gang folks. You might as well get arrested with guns and drugs. It's going to have the same impact because, again, you're representing, and you've demonstrated to many, your arc is this way, and we'll find you over there. So
delete your Insta.
You just need to understand how that will work while you're on probation. All right. I am sentencing you as follows. For counts 2 through 8, your sentence is 15 years to serve 2 months with the balance on probation. You've already served 71 days, so you get credit for the 2 months. Those will all run concurrently with each other. And your sentence on count 18 is the same, 15 years to serve 2 months, balance probated. I am adding a special condition that was not part of what was negotiated because the negotiations don't bind me. And it reflects, in my mind, the appropriate balance between the seriousness of what happened, the impact of what happened on the many victims, the risk that was involved, and frankly, the way in which your case has ultimately played out, where in contrast and comparing you to some of the other defendants, you will likely be the only one whose time in jail is relatively brief. But you will spend the first 10 weekends beginning on June, turn yourself in on a Friday evening, which would be May 31st. So that's a few Fridays from now. 10 consecutive weekends in the county jail. That's a condition of your probation. It's not a sentence of prison. You did the 2 months already, but for 10 consecutive weekends, you need to turn yourself in by 5 o'clock to the county jail. You'll get out by 5 o'clock on Sunday. And that first weekend starts on May 31st. The other special conditions of your probation are no contact with any of the victims in this case, which should generally be easy. It sounds like you knew a couple of them informally, but they're all dead to you now. And similarly, no contact with any of your 3 co-defendants. And then number 2, this is now condition 3 because of the first one I added, you need to not have any contact with anyone who is apparent to you to be a member of a street gang. That doesn't mean if you're working in a restaurant, this guy comes in and he's got tattoos that say to you, hey, you don't have to not serve that person. This would be, I'm going to go meet people and I'm going to socially interact with them, not through my work, but this is the group I want to spend time with. That's not your group anymore. It doesn't sound like that's the group you want, no matter how flashy the lifestyle may seem, but that is designed to just be another guardrail. It's a prohibition on your sentence to keep you out of crowds that your participation in those groups got you to where you are now. Okay? I know you had asked for something about no gang activity, but that's going to be something that would lead to arrest anyway.
The only reason I asked for it was because it's statutorily mandated.
Okay. Well, you statutorily asked for it.
The only reason I asked for it is it's statutorily
anything
mandated.
that you want to add or any concerns that you have about the sentence, Mr. Hiles?
Nothing I want to add. I just want to hand you
Thank you for putting the indictment number on it.
Okay, so now Ms. Kalish
Mr. Hiles, do you authorize someone from my office to sign the indictment indicating Ms. Kalish's first offender guilty plea to the counts we discussed?
Yes, I do.
All right, and we'll make sure that there's a null pros stamp for all the other counts. Mr. Zimmerman, do you have anything else that we need to discuss?
Can I just give me 30 seconds? Because that's a change in the negotiations. Let me just discuss that with her.
She has the right here to withdraw her plea if she does not like the deal, and then instead say we're going to go ahead and go to trial. What the attorney is saying is you're not going to get a better deal than this. There's no way you're going to get this light of a sentence if you go to trial. Take the deal. Do the 10 weekends. It'll be over before you know it.
Nope, we're good on that, Your Honor. I would ask, is there a bid date associated with this?
So I thought about that, and I don't think so, because it's first offender, and I am open to engaging with, let me make clear so everyone who's listening understands. Mr. Zimmerman asked if I was going to set a behavioral incentive date. That, when one is imposed, can lead to the end of the sentence. But I think there was a fair amount of thought that went into what for me is an exceedingly long probationary sentence. I don't like super long probation sentences, more so though in a setting where it's going to be a tripwire for someone whose life may bend back into, you know what, I'm desperate and the way I'm going to make my money is I'm going to engage in a hustle. I don't see that right now for Ms. Kalish. That doesn't mean I'm treating her differently because she's privileged, but I think the hand that goes into the glove of first offender is a pretty long probationary term, so that we know not just 3 years down the road, but 5 or 7, Ms. Kalish has an incentive to continue heading on the arc that she has described and demonstrated over the last few years. The pandemic was terrible for many, many people, but it was very much a silver lining for you, because it is rare that a defense attorney can say, let me tell you what my client has done for the last week, last month. How about the last 3 years? That's usually not what happens. I'm told, hey, it's been 2 weeks and she didn't get arrested. Well, I would hope not, because she's staying at home with the ankle monitor. But you've had plenty of time to show the world that you hadn't learned and hadn't changed your ways as a result of what you and your co-defendants put people through. There's not a reason to celebrate the pandemic, but there's a reason to say that afforded you an opportunity that you made the most of. So that's why I'm not setting a behavioral incentive date, because I don't want the sentence to end early. That doesn't mean it couldn't become non-reporting pretty quickly. And that's a function of how well you do with probation. Probation officers are busy people, and they are mostly busy with people who are hard to supervise. If you make yourself easy to supervise, eventually the probation officer wants you off their docket, because what's the point? We always know where you are. Unsupervised probation is what you might then be striving for after you establish a number of months or years of no issues with probation. We can always revisit this several years down the road, but for now, I'm comfortable with that long time horizon, also in part because if we are all mistaken or life throws a curveball at Ms. Kalish and she relapses the wrong word, but shifts the way she approaches things and regresses, then there's something to work with. And I think that that's appropriate, again, given the severity of what we're dealing with. It's not a stolen car case.
We're with the court, whatever you want to do. Like, I don't have much to say to that. But,
Okay.
you know, to your point, the case you know well, Gall versus United States, similarly, it's sort of the same situation. Gall, college student, had a very long time in a federal case to better his life and ended up getting a degree and owning a construction company. That's thankfully where we've had that time.
Yep.
And Lynn's been able to prove herself.
Yep. So that is, I guess, a long way of saying, let's talk again later if you want to see if it's appropriate to modify something. But this is a sentence that up front is going to be unpleasant on the weekends, and then Ms. Kalish can reinvest in work, school, family, friends, the things that she's demonstrated she's committed to over the last few years. And I suspect that the four of us won't ever be together again in this setting. I guess unless Ms. Riley goes to trial. Ms. Callis, do you have any questions about anything we discussed?
No, sir.
All right, last thing. We have someone from probation on this call, and she needs to give you reporting instructions. Ms. Tucson?
Paging Miss Tucson while she's trying to connect. This is not what she wanted. She thought she was going to walk out of this courtroom today and have a 15-year probation.
Ms. Tucson.
Which she was okay with. And instead, she's finding out that this starting next weekend, she'll be in jail, possibly the same jail that Lauren is currently serving in.
Well,
her co-conspirator. In this,
she's trying to connect a second time. Maybe one of these will allow her to talk to us. We may have to revert to Ms. Tucson being here in person.
Unmute, Ms. Tucson.
I'm back on. My internet went out. I apologize.
Okay. Can you please?
I just rejoined the call.
All right. Can you work with Ms. Kalish on reporting instructions, please?
Yes. So, seeing that you will be going to the jail that weekend of the 31st, I'm going to have you report June 4th. That's a Tuesday. Where do you live, Ms. Kalish?
John.
Okay. So Johns Creek is still Fulton County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Just barely.
Okay. All right. What is your address?
Hold on. You don't need to. Mr. Zimmerman will email that to you. So what's the best way, or he can call you. What's the best way for Mr. Zimmerman to get you that information not on the record?
I could give my phone number and just call me and text it to me.
Okay.
What is it?
40
8675309.
7618.
Thank you.
Got it.
No problem.
I think that's it. Thank you, everyone.
No,
No?
she's reporting to is it ACDC now? Where are the women held? Where are we going? Atlanta jail?
I think you have to be at Rice Street.
Yeah, I think you have to go to Rice Street.
Okay.
So, yeah,
She does not want
Deputy
Rice
Gordon's nodding his head. So, by 5 p.m., I should have added this. Don't skip a weekend and reach out saying, hey, something came up. If there's a family emergency.
You can't skip it.
No, you can't make a weekend. Let Mr. Zimmerman know. He knows how to reach me. And that way, when I get this call from probation saying, she didn't show up, I know why you didn't show up, because Mr. Zimmerman will have said, my gosh, dad is sick. She's going to be with dad in the hospital. That's the kind of thing that would say, okay, to that weekend. You just add it on at the back. It's not okay, skip that weekend. It just would become weekend number 11 because you skip number 2, whenever it is. But otherwise, that's the kind of thing where folks like, I'm just going to skip one of the weekends. We obviously keep track. And then usually what I do is say, fine, it's not working having it on weekends. How about we'll just do 3 weeks and consecutive, and that's less good. So make sure you make those deadlines. But if something comes up, let Mr. Zimmerman know. Okay. All right.
Thank you for your time.
You bet.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And like that, we're done with that. She got a sweet deal. A sweet deal. When you look at Mr. Pritchett, who got 55 years, Mr. Robinson, who got 45 years, and she gets 15 years probation with 10 weekends to serve in jail. 10 weekends. It's a good deal. She should be really happy. It's not going to be fun. Those 10 weekends are not going to be fun. I think she already knows, because she served time already in jail. She served a couple months. She knows jail sucks. She's going to be reminded of that every weekend for the next 10 weekends, starting in 3 weeks. And that's going to be cool. So good luck to her. Good luck to Lindsay as she's trying to turn her life around. It's always good to see somebody reach that. But 15 years probation is no joke. That's 15 years where you just can't slip up. You can't revert to your old ways, or else everything comes crashing down around your shoulders. So, all right, we have one more. We have a hearing that's, I think it's still going on, from was close. Oh my goodness, that was close. Can you get me something?
And by close, you mean you hit it. I told you.
I might have spilled a drink on my computer from my mug. My son says, again. But Mrs. R.A. made zucchini bread. Okay, well, zucchini bread was made, and so I need it. So, all right. So now I'm going to very carefully reach over here and start up the video we have for the hearing for Alec Baldwin. He has a hearing, this last chance to get out of court. Basically, he's challenging pretty much everything. Let's see what we've got here. We're on camera 3. Audio on. Right.
So replies. So go ahead. Let's start.
Let's start.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know the court has carefully read the papers, and we appreciate the long window the court gave today. I'm hoping it won't take that much time. How we'd like to proceed is break this up into 2 sections. I'll give you an overview of our view of the grand jury process, and then Mr. Nikas would take the second issue, which would be the waiver, the legal instructions, and the arguments and remedies there. So just to start and take a step back about.
Can I interrupt? So when you're arguing things, so there, as you know, there's 2 types of challenges, and I need you to hone in on which one or both you want the evidence you're arguing should be considered. So the sufficiency, quality, or sufficiency of the evidence, and then the second one is the structural challenges.
Yes, and Mr. Nikas is going to break that down in his sort of subsection.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
So just taking a step back, Your Honor, and I'm not going to obviously recite the history of the case here, but there's a couple of points that obviously the court, in our judgment, should think about and consider, which is the posture we found ourselves in before the grand jury was a case that had been dismissed and brought back. A court can consider, right, how strong a case is, whether it's at the fringes of criminal law or whether it's a case with 15 witnesses, DNA, and video, in sort of assessing these things. So we get brought back on a criminal case, and we were set for a preliminary hearing originally, and it was switched out of that posture into a grand jury, which is of course a prosecutor's right in New Mexico.
This is the rust hearing for Alec Baldwin.
Something or another.
Same judge as Hannah
frankly,
Gutierrez.
we wanted our open court. We wanted the chance to press and cross-examine these witnesses. And the state took the proceeding and brought it into a private chamber. At that point, the notice went out, and it did not have the 48-hour language that, by Miss Morrissey's own statement to the judge, she had never seen a notice without that. And the identical notice served on the co-defendant on the same case didn't have this absence, right? Sort of surprising. Sort of looking at you saying, what is this? And then further to that, we raised the issue, and there's a fight, a litigation, and the state lost that issue. Then there is the idea of this one-sided voir dire, which seemed a bit unusual. Again, we raised it, they fought it, they litigated, they lost. And again, these things just seem strange to be dug in on, right? And your mind kind of goes back. At least mine did, to comments that the judge made. Judge Ellington said, it's the strangest thing. In 30 years, he had never seen the media know when the grand jury was going to convene on a case before the target letter even went to the defendant. Strange. And I start remembering, these comments from the prosecutor about humbling Mr. Baldwin. I mean, this is a homicide case to humble another human being. And you start thinking, well, what's really going on here? And so ultimately what the judge ordered was that these witnesses, the evidence, be made available to the grand jury. He was not going to deal with logistics. This was the prosecutor's duty, their ethical and prosecutorial duty, to be fair, impartial, to be a guide and a help, not to be an advocate in that moment, to just be the eyes and the ears of the court and of justice. And so, I can tell the court personally, I was concerned, and we sent a letter the day before the proceeding to say, please, we get it. It's a high pressure case. We get it. Everybody, you want the indictment. We get it. There's all these things we've brought to the court's attention. The court ruled in our favor. The grand jury is going to be ending soon. Please, we're practically begging the prosecutor. Don't run through the stop sign. Don't be reckless. Don't lose your way. You have to have the witnesses and the evidence there, and the grand jury needs to know that it's there. It's a real process. This isn't rubber stamps. So, concerned about that the case was just going to be raised closed, we sent that letter. And I think that's very important, Your Honor. And I think the court should consider that. And from my position, the fix was in. There were no witnesses. There were no witnesses there to testify. There was no evidence binder of the defense exhibits. There was no evidence binder. So even if somebody had wanted to speak to somebody, there was no time, there was no ability. And that is so important because the prosecutor never intended for that. You see? Just like prosecutors argue in summation. The truth is so compelling. They never intended for the grand jury to ask for witnesses.
Why do I feel like he's
They never
talking down
wanted
to
the
me?
grand jury to ask for exhibits. And so not by deed, not by word, not by spirit, they did not comply with the court's order or the law. And surprise, surprise, the grand jury didn't ask for any of it, right? That's what the prosecutor is going to say. But of course, they were led nowhere. They were led to the closed door of the grand jury room with not sufficient information and explanation. And I'll tell the court, and the court's reviewed many grand jury minutes, and I remember many times when I was a prosecutor, but there's a way to do this that's fair. There's a way to say, this is a murder case. I'm just going to give the court an example. There's an alibi witness. This is very, very serious stuff. The defendant says that he was at the movies with his mom at the time. He could be completely innocent. There's a movie ticket right here. I'm going to leave it right here on the table. You all should think about looking at it. The defense would like you to look at it. The mom is in the hallway. Okay, we want justice here. You should consider these things. You don't have to do it, but I'm going to leave the movie ticket here and the mom in the hallway. And by all means, we want to get to the right result here. That's not what happened in this case. That's not what happened in this case. And so, and another thing is, again, our letter, the term's ending the next day, that you're going to have to, it's like, listen, understand, we're going to give you plenty of warning so that you can tell your job, so that you can have extra time. If you need more time, that's easy. We will accommodate. These people are waiting here. But there were no people. There were no exhibits because the state was never going to comply. So when we got the transcripts, of course, and we looked deeper at this, the witnesses were diverted, right? It's a very important thing that Ms. Morrissey was preparing for the Gutierrez-Reed trial at the time. She knew exactly what was going on. She knew exactly how to divert the witnesses away from information that helped Mr. Baldwin. She diverted them. And the legal instructions, the filing that was made when the issue of the legal instructions was before the prior judge, the state says in there, it's just a little piece in the papers, but it says, we'll insert the language we intend to use. That's what they say in the papers. And they don't tell the judge, I'm going to insert this language that they ended up giving. They don't tell the judge that. And they could have called that judge back at any point and said, we have a question. Just because of all of the concerns in this case and because we want to do the right thing, is it okay if we insert different words? They don't do that. They shut the door to the grand jury room. They got their indictment. And that's why we need this court to step in and check this abuse of power. It's just that simple. I'm going to end and turn it over to Mr. Nikas in a minute on these specific issues. But again, I will sort of end where I began, that this is a case involving an accident at the outskirts, very outskirts of criminal law as we know it. And I don't think there could be much debate about that. There was no check in that grand jury room. The prosecutor was alone to do as they wished, despite every warning and every judicial order otherwise. And, even in front of the court perhaps can see what I believe to be going on here, which is, and Mr. Nikas is going to address this waiver issue, that this response comes in from the state and has no case law in it. It's like a breathless, go get him kind of a response, and that's fine. But you start thinking, are we not losing our way here? Is the high pressure case not starting to sort of take control over good judgment and everything else? And I just think the court can have no comfort in this indictment, can have no comfort in the way it was procured, cannot possibly believe it was fair and impartial. It should be dismissed. It should be dismissed for Mr. Baldwin and for any other person that comes before a grand jury and falls the victim of an overzealous prosecutor. And that's what we would ask you to do. So I'm now going to turn it over to Mr. Nikas, if there are no direct questions for me to address the specific arguments regarding waiver, the legal instructions, and the legal remedies we sought.
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Luke Nicholas. I'm getting some feedback.
Counsel
I think
mute.
it's a little better. Good morning, Your Honor. So I'm going to address 3 issues in a little bit more detail, and I'll try to keep it brief because we know Your Honor reads all the papers very carefully. So what I'd like to do is highlight a few key components of 3 issues in the case. The first is waiver. The second is the ground for dismissal that the prosecutors engaged in bad faith, and therefore the court should review the sufficiency of the indictment and evidence that supported it. And the third is the structural problems with the grand jury process in that it was conducted in violation of the law, and therefore no prejudice is required in order to dismiss. So I'll break it down into those 3 categories that we believe justify dismissal independently, each of them, of the indictment. The first, Your Honor, the state has waived its challenges to the motion to dismiss we filed. The state did not cite a single case in its opposition brief. It did not cite a single legal authority in its opposition brief. It did not distinguish any of our legal authorities. And it didn't challenge the majority of our factual statements either. And even when it did purport to challenge the basis for our factual statements, it mischaracterized our position and argued against something we had not, in fact, even asserted. For example, the state argues that Mr. Baldwin asserted the grand jury process was too short, and therefore that is one ground for our dismissal. As you just heard Mr. Spiro explain, our argument was not that the process was too short. It was that if the state was going to conduct the grand jury process consistent with the law, present the evidence that we believe was required to be presented, instruct the grand jury properly as to its roles and responsibilities, then a day and a half would not be enough time to do that. And so that was not a basis for dismissal. That was one of many, many facts that, as we laid out in our brief, points toward the mindset, the motivation of the state in conducting this prosecution, which was directly relevant to bad faith, where the courts have defined bad faith as dishonesty in purpose, belief, or motivation. And so even where we made arguments about things that were mischaracterized and responded to in a different way, when the state actually did respond. And so ultimately, the state waived the challenge, and we cited a number of cases to demonstrate that. For example, we cited the Delta Automatic Systems case. That was a waiver case. Now, short summary, Your Honor, just so you can see how on point our cases are versus what the state cited in its supplemental brief. Delta Automatic Systems, plaintiffs filed a brief. They argued their claim was not time barred. It was in the limitations period. The defendant explains, well, no, your case is time barred because actually the limitations period started earlier. Plaintiff doesn't respond to that. What does the court do? The court says, if you don't respond in opposition to an argument, then you've waived it. Dismisses the plaintiff's claim on the merits. There was no discussion of wanting to hear the case on the merits, no discussion of liberally allowing parties to ignore responses. Period, full stop, dismiss the case on the merits. Same thing happened with respect to an argument in State versus Vaughn. The defendant argued that the court violated his due process rights because he was subject to prosecution for refusing a breathalyzer test when, in fact, the first breathalyzer test he took, he agreed to take. He said, you can't prosecute me for refusal when I gave one. Doesn't cite a legal authority to support that argument. Factually, it was true. Doesn't support one. What does the court say? You haven't cited a legal authority. We will not consider an argument that lacks citation to any legal authority. And when you do that, we assume no such authority exists. Period, full stop, rejects the argument. No discussion of liberally granting opportunities, etc. We cited the State versus Tafoya case. Same exact thing. Court explains, you, defendant, argued the jury instructions were insufficient, but you didn't cite any legal authority for that. Argument rejected. You don't cite legal authority. You don't oppose legal authority that's cited to you. You've waived it. And what does the state say? The state does not distinguish our cases. It doesn't challenge those principles. Instead, if Your Honor even considers the state's supplemental reply, which we don't think you should because the waiver cases do not allow that, but even if you did, Your Honor, and you looked at the cases the state cites, none of those cases are about waiver. They're about default judgments, which we know is a very different scenario from waiver. For example, in the Gangler versus Phelps case that the state cites, the plaintiff sued two defendants. The parties agreed that the defendant's time to answer would be extended. When they entered the order, however, it only applied to one of the defendants. It was an accident. One of the defendants, therefore, didn't respond on time. The plaintiff got a default judgment. What do we think happened? Of course, the court said, we vacate default judgments liberally, and everyone thought this was supposed to apply to both, and so we're not going to hold you responsible for not responding on time. Springer versus Herrera, same exact thing. Default judgment entered, and the court says we liberally vacate default judgments. Nothing about
Springer
waiver.
versus Herrera?
Sunwest Bank versus Rodriguez, another case the court cites, or the state cites to the court. This is an interesting one, Your Honor. There for a couple of reasons. There, the plaintiff sued two defendants, a husband and wife, who had been separated because they defaulted on a loan. The wife or the ex-wife comes into the court after a default judgment was entered and says, I didn't know this wouldn't be handled. My ex-husband has all the information about this. I thought he was going to answer the complaint. And therefore, this is excusable neglect. The court says, fine, we think that is excusable neglect, but ultimately we don't find your defense on the merits persuasive. And therefore, we're keeping the default judgment intact. And why is this interesting, Your Honor? Because when you look at these default judgment cases, even though they don't apply here, even though the waiver cases are the controlling cases, and we ask ourselves, even if we applied that standard, excusable neglect, would the state be able to meet it if that were the standard? Is the state's knowing and intentional failure to respond to any of our legal arguments, any of our cases, its failure to cite any cases of its own, excusable neglect? How about the state's failure to address any of our factual statements? Is that excusable neglect? No, it's not. This is not a case where the state failed to answer at all and said, oops, we missed a deadline by accident. Can we please file our brief now? Where in those circumstances, the court would look at law office failure and technical issues. That's not this case. This is a case where the state did respond, and they responded on time. And they made the response they made deliberately, knowingly, with a calculated strategy to disparage Mr. Baldwin, to disparage me personally, rather than deal with this case on the merits, knowing full well the risks of taking that approach. This would not be excusable neglect, even if we did have to prove it, which we don't. And the state also cites this People versus Davenport case. That was a Colorado case about civil forfeiture, where the defendant didn't show up in response to a civil forfeiture claim, got a default judgment and said against him and said, but that should be vacated. And when asked why, he said, because the statute says I can either file a response or appear in person. I filed a response. The court says, yeah, that's right. You did. You complied with the statute by filing the response. You forgot to pay the fee, but you can do that later under Colorado law. Therefore, the default judgment shouldn't have been entered in the first place. Those are the state's cases, Your Honor. None of them on point at all. The only one that has some language that, even if it were relevant, it's not, would actually support the entry of dismissal because of the state's waiver. And so the state waived these challenges. It was the state's decision to present its opposition as it did, the state's decision not to cite a legal case, the state's decision to do all of these things. And the state said, well, that wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to give them this opportunity, to have them take the approach they wanted, and then give them a redo. Let's talk about fairness for just a moment, Your Honor. Let's talk about what the courts say about fairness in the context of a grand jury proceeding. Herrera said we need to protect the target's fundamental fairness. Strict adherence to the rules is required. Ulibarri said that prosecutors must conduct themselves, as Mr. Spiro said, in a fair and impartial manner. Ulibarri said that it's the target's right to a fair and lawful process that should be rigorously protected. That's what fairness is about in these circumstances. It's fairness to the target. And the only unfair outcome here on waiver would be not to apply waiver cases and not to dismiss this indictment on the basis of those controlling cases when the state brought this circumstance on itself by choosing the response it made. That's ground number one, Your Honor, on which we believe the court should dismiss the indictment. Ground number 2 and 3, as I mentioned, bad faith and judicial review of the evidence, and then the structural defects in the process. I'm going to start with the structural defects in the process, the violation of the grand jury process. Under New Mexico law, that is a basis for dismissal without proving prejudice. Once again, the state doesn't cite any cases about this ground for dismissal. In the state's supplemental reply, they say we've misrepresented the fact that bad faith is not required. It's very clear, Your Honor, we put it in our brief that bad faith is required on the third ground I'll talk about, but it's not required on this second ground. The courts have made that clear in New Mexico. Herrera said, for example, when we're talking about a violation of the grand jury process, a different standard applies to the target's claim, different standard from bad faith. That's quoting directly from the Herrera case. And the reason is that the grand jury process is one where the prosecutor has the control. There's no direct supervision of the judge, as Herrera noted. The prosecutor has the control of the room, the control of the witnesses, and ultimately has to rigorously follow the grand jury process to ensure that the grand jury has all the evidence before it so it can comply with its obligation to receive and evaluate all of the exculpatory evidence, all of the evidence that may make an indictment less justified. And so in the Herrera case, I want to start there, Your Honor, because in the Herrera case, there were two grounds for dismissal, independent. One was that the prosecutor asked the witness a question and the prosecutor didn't let that witness answer it. And the court said, ultimately, if the prosecutor had questions about whether the grand jury should hear that information, should have its questions answered by that witness, then the prosecutor should have gone to the judge. And the second was, and we see a lot of that here, Your Honor, as we've explained in our briefs. The second is that the prosecutor read proper UJI instructions to the grand jury, but then commented on one of them in a way that was consistent with the instruction, but sort of expounded upon it a bit. And the court said, no, we have to comply rigorously. We have to read those instructions exactly as they are, word for word. We cannot manipulate, we cannot change, we cannot modify. It is critical that the instructions are exactly what they need to be. And they weren't, and that failure also provided a separate ground for dismissal. And so let's start here, Your Honor, with the three reasons we give on this ground, independent again, for dismissing the indictment on the basis that it violated the grand jury process. The first is that the jury instruction was inaccurate. The first element of the jury instruction that the state read was that probable cause exists if the grand jury finds that the target discharged a firearm during the production of the movie without first verifying the firearm contained no live ammunition and while the firearm was pointed in the direction of another. The state then had a witness testify that Baldwin had an obligation to verify the firearm contained no live ammunition. Two pieces of this, Your Honor. The most troubling to us, the instruction is not correct. Judge Ellington heard argument on what this instruction should say, and we put our position forward, said it should reference Baldwin's subjective knowledge, which we do think is the law in New Mexico. And the state said, this is not about whether Mr. Baldwin should have verified whether the firearm contained live ammunition. There are other grounds completely distinct from that serve as the basis for this indictment. And Judge Ellington accepted that argument, that representation, that that's not what this case was going to be about. Shocked we were when we see the grand jury instruction inserting this exact language that the state had just argued was not going to be the basis for its case. Again, the grand jury judge was there for guidance. If the prosecutor had concerns about whether this language could be added in, that's what the judge was there for. That's what Herrera said the prosecutor should have done when deciding to cut off the witness. So that's troubling, Your Honor. What's even more troubling to us is that the state called Brian Carpenter to testify in the grand jury. And Brian Carpenter testified that it was Mr. Baldwin's responsibility to check the firearm. It was Mr. Baldwin's responsibility to verify the ammunition, and the gun was not live ammunition. It was instead a dummy or a blank. And that was definitive. They also had Detective Hancock say that the actor had to do the safety checks. 2 weeks later, Your Honor heard testimony in the Gutierrez-Reed trial that was exactly the opposite of that. We've quoted that testimony in the brief, Your Honor. Mr. Carpenter said, actors sometimes view the safety checks, but that's for a warm and fuzzy feeling, and that's rare. He said, sometimes actors say, nah, his words, nah, I don't want to check the gun. And that's okay, as long as you've checked it with the other sources, the other people who are responsible for checking it, not the actor. It's the armor's responsibility for verifying whether the gun has live ammunition in it or not. And you heard Ms. Morrissey in closing argument say the armor's the autonomous decision maker. The actor is going to manipulate the gun. Of course he is. That's foreseeable. Your Honor, we do not think, A, as an officer of the court, a lawyer can elicit testimony from a witness on these grounds saying X, and then 2 weeks later procure a guilty verdict in a related case by having that witness testify not X. We do not think, as an officer of the court, a lawyer should be able to argue one theory to the grand jury and then in a related case turn around and argue an opposite theory to obtain a guilty verdict. Just as an officer of the court, at a minimum. But to push it even further into the context of the grand jury process, all these cases, Herrera, the grand jury statutes, they all say the prosecutor is there, and as Mr. Spiro explained, there not to be the grand jury, but to aid the grand jury, to ensure a fair and impartial process, to ensure the grand jury hears the evidence that's contradictory. Lampman said, for example, if you put a prosecutorial witness up, a state witness, and that witness has information that's contradicted by another, you have to call the other. Lampman dismissed on those grounds. That didn't happen here, Your Honor. Exactly the worst scenario happened here. The same expert says X. 2 weeks later, the state has that expert say not X. That is not fair and impartial, Your Honor. That is not the presentation of contradictory evidence. It's exactly the opposite of that. That's number one, Your Honor. Related to this instruction, the premise of it, the history in front of Judge Ellington, and Your Honor has those orders and has that briefing. Number two, again, under the violation of the structural rules, the process, the state failed to advise the grand jury of its proper authority and role and failed to correct the grand jury's inaccurate view or misunderstanding of its authority in these circumstances. The rules are simple. Grand jury is required to obtain exculpatory evidence. The word under 31.6.11b is shall obtain, not may or might. And the prosecutor has an obligation to facilitate the grand jury's inquiry into that evidence. And again, facilitate is the word the courts use to describe this obligation, even above and beyond what the prosecutor decides to present. The prosecutor is there to be the aid to the grand jury, to ensure that the grand jury understands its role, its responsibilities. The state did exactly the opposite again. The state told the grand jury who the witnesses will be, not might be, not maybe, not the witnesses that the state intends to call, who the witnesses will be. And then the state reinforced this message by saying that the grand jury could consider the alert letter or just begin hearing witness testimony without explaining the third option. Consider the alert letter, hear the state's witnesses, and, as Mr. Spira explained, call the alibi witness out in the hallway and look at the movie ticket. That third option was never explained, number one. And number two, it's clear the grand jury had no idea that was an option at all. Because when the grand jury was asked, how do you want to proceed? They said, well, I guess if that's all our questions about this letter, and the question they asked, Your Honor, was about a typo, they said, I guess we'll begin hearing witnesses. In other words, the witnesses the state told them definitively they were going to hear from. And so the whole exchange in the grand jury transcript demonstrates that the grand jury did not understand the purpose of the alert letter, its obligations and responsibilities, and the state didn't correct them. The state never explained Baldwin's witnesses were available to testify. In fact, they weren't. Mom wasn't in the hallway. Even though Judge Ellington told the state, you need to arrange for the scheduling to make them available, the state didn't even call them, didn't contact them. They never intended to call these witnesses. We gave multiple examples, Your Honor, of briefing in our briefing where the grand jurors were asking for information that would have been answered by the SAG statement, by Dave Halls, by Sarah Zachary, the industry safety guidelines, Joel Souza, or any number of other sources. Instead, when the grand jury asked those questions, the state cut them off, exactly the kind of behavior in Herrera that justified the dismissal on this ground, presented testimony from a different witness, and oftentimes testimony that contradicted what a different witness would have said. Carpenter's the best example. Or Adigio. Adigio suing Mr. Baldwin, seeking money damages. And Ms. Morrissey put some footage on a screen for Adigio to explain. And as we've all seen, intervening cause is a material issue here. Judge Ellington required the instruction to be read if there was evidence to support it. The state read it. And so Mr. Adigio is testifying about the footage that the state had put on the screen. And he says, well, there are a number of things
This guy has all the words
that I'm concerned about here. First of all, as soon as Mr. Baldwin emptied the firearm and we had to reload it, Dave Hall should have called cut to give everybody the moment to safely reset. It appears as though, he continues, the armor is putting spent ammo in the same fanny pack or pouch as live ammo as she's pulling live ammo out of it. You kind of went past this for a moment, Adigio says to Ms. Morrissey. Dave Halls, the first AD who is in blue jeans and a black shirt, is not. Ms. Morrissey cuts him off. He's explaining intervening cause. I couldn't have dreamed of better testimony to start to explain intervening cause. Ms. Morrissey cuts him off in the middle of it. And after she had already taken something off the screen that he was trying to explain, and she says to him, and keep in mind, we're here for Mr. Baldwin. Point your narrative. What is Mr. Baldwin doing in this scene that we watched and anything that happened after when the camera turns off? Because we're not there. That's concerning you. That's exactly the kind of conduct, cutting off a witness, withholding evidence a witness is about to give. That ground alone in Herrera was a basis for dismissal, independent of anything else, that one thing. And that's because the whole point of the grand jury process, as Judge Ellington explained it in some of his orders, to give the grand jury more, not less. This is exactly giving the grand jury less on a critical issue of intervening cause. And then as we explain in our brief, Your Honor, there are examples of where the grand jury misunderstood evidence and said, Mr. Baldwin refused to check the gun. And then he got the gun. How would he check it? Would he shake the bullets? Would he put them in his hand? A question that has no premise in the evidence and is not accurate. Instead of correcting that misunderstanding, instead of having a witness who could explain Mr. Carpenter, as he did in the Gutierrez trial, saying the actor has no responsibility, she cuts it off. She calls Mr. Carpenter, who testifies exactly the opposite of what he testified under oath in front of Your Honor in the Gutierrez Reed trial. Mr. Baldwin was responsible for checking the firearm. and verifying whether it had bullets. Exactly the opposite. These are things that Herrera dismissed the indictment for. And when you look at the grand jury record, that first point I made about the grand jury's understanding of its role and responsibility, there's literally nothing in the grand jury record, nothing in the transcript to show that the grand jury was informed of its obligations and responsibilities. The state says, well, that's the court's responsibility. Judge Ellington should have done that. Well, there's nothing in the record to show what they learned, what they received, and how they were told about their responsibilities. The state didn't do it, and the state didn't correct it when it was clear they didn't understand. And the Ulibarri case, Your Honor, dismissed for exactly this kind of reason. In Ulibarri, the state argued that the grand jury was given a grand jury instruction manual, apparently from the description of a big pile of information that had all the things the grand jury could ever want to know about: its responsibilities, its roles, all the different kinds of crimes that exist, the elements of the crimes, everything you'd want to do to instruct a grand jury about how to be a proper grand jury was in that manual. But the state, when it came time to read the jury instructions in the Ulibarri case, just referred the grand jury to the manual and showed them how to use it and said, go there, and that's where you'll find the instructions. The court dismissed the indictment on this ground. Didn't have to prove prejudice, didn't have to prove materiality, because that violated the process. Why did it violate the process? Because the court explained in Ulibarri, it's the prosecutor's obligation to act in a fair and impartial manner. It's there to ensure that the grand jury received all the information it was supposed to receive. And the grand jury was supposed to be aided by the prosecutor in doing that. And there was nothing on the record.
This guy's never
even
going
though
to
the
stop.
prosecutor
This
said
guy's never going to stop.
that they gave the grand jury this manual, and even though the grand jury was supposedly told how to use it, there was nothing in the grand jury transcript that gives us or gave that court confidence.
Okay. Pause for a minute. We've got a little bit of insight into what's going on. I will tell you that what Alec Baldwin's lawyers are doing here is the exact same thing that Brian Kober's lawyers were doing. When they're challenging the indictment, they're saying you didn't follow the law, you didn't follow the process, and because the indictment had problems, because it had issues, because you did things differently there, all of this should be thrown out. It rarely works. Rarely. I don't think this is going to fly. I'm pausing this for two reasons. One reason was because I'm like, well, at least to the end of this, we'll hear the answer. No, I just found out we don't hear the answer at the end. The judge is not ruling on this today. The hearing has ended an hour from now. Like right now it's ended, but it's an hour from where we are in this word salad discussion. So, but what we know is that basically the facts are very similar to what was in Hannah Gutierrez's case. They're going to focus on the fact that he didn't pull the trigger. That they're going to focus on the fact that the gun was destroyed in testing, so they couldn't do their own tests, and that's it. And so the judge is taking all this into consideration. Later on, we do get the state. Forget her name. She does. Present a little something, but we were less than a quarter of the way into it, and I can't do that to you on a Friday. I'm sorry. That's just not nice at that point. Yeah, I mean there was like some more. There was this stuff and everything, but we're not going to do that. Morrissey is her name. You don't want another chapter now, do you? Right? Right. Rescue dogs. Oh man, the upcoming case is probably going to have some of that same sort of information in there, although they can't really challenge the indictment in the case. This is their one shot at that. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to fly. I don't think his case is going to be thrown out because the instruction in the indictment is wrong. Look how many errors there have been in indictments in all the other cases leading up to this, like factually incorrect allegations in indictments, and it doesn't get thrown out. So I don't think this is going to work, but props to his lawyers. They're earning their money. They're using all the words they learned in law school, citing case law with Herrera versus, who was that? Springer? Herrera versus Springer. But I'm not sure if I'd go to that as my as my example. Take this as an example. Anyway, with that note, if you want to watch this, the feed is out there on a couple different channels. If you want to, get a little early snooze in on a Friday. Other than that, it is Friday. I think we're ready to break for the day. I've had 3 delicious slices of zucchini bread and a glass of milk, minus a little bit that I spilled on my computer, which I promptly cleaned up, and I don't think there was no harm. So that's it. I'm going to go buy the software that I thought I could just use the free version of, but I'm going to buy that today. Hopefully that'll get us a little closer to being able to get the replay working. And yeah, it's just time for the weekend. What are your plans for the weekend? Does anybody have anything really fancy going on? A couple of you have birthdays, I know that, so we talked about that. But if you've got something really cool you want to share, now's the time to do it, because we're going to wrap up here in just a minute. Planting more lettuce. 6 volts. Have you ever considered a soilless media? Like a media bed, like with those little volcanic rocks, using a flood and drain system to grow lettuce, or maybe a raft system on aquaponics. I built one of those once. That's why I'm asking. I wonder if you've done that. R.A. Bug and I have a half a mile more to run. All right. Get to it. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Camping. That does sound fun. Yard work and get my sunflowers in the ground before they die. Yeah, homework for all the missed time here. You're on the rewatch crew all weekend long. Oh, that's cool. Working. I've got a sink that I've got to. My toilet was working fine now. I'm still waiting to get the actual bidet installed. We'll talk about that plenty when it happens. Trust me. But I need to get the sink pedestal screwed down in position and everything. So I've got some things to do in the bathroom. That sounded wrong. With some additional remodeling, and I have to get the corner trim around the flooring and stuff installed. So I've got that to do this weekend. Steve, slightly dazed and mostly confused, says, I'll be sitting staring at the wall waiting until you go live again on Monday. Steve, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Have to rewatch the whole day. Vicky, you going to go live in a little while? Give you like 10 minutes. Post remodel progress pics in the community tab. The biggest progress we showed this morning, and that's when I showed the tub getting hauled away live. That was a live shot. That was not pre-recorded. That was live outside my house as people just come in and grab the old antique clawfoot tub. So that was progress for me. I'm super excited about that. Picking up and planting some native plants. Getting ready for a vacation in June. That sounds fun. Shh, don't let him know I'll be over there too. I don't know. That was a big deal getting into the tub. It was a big deal getting the tub downstairs. That was the hard part. Melissa's going to be plotting the perfect crime. Is your husband the target, Melissa? I'm just curious. Let me know. Wish I could get the tub. It's a freaking dream. Vicky, this was not a dream. This was a nightmare tub. It's so stinking heavy. I mean, you have to reinforce your floors just to put it in the bathroom, because imagine that full of water and it's just like, whoosh. Yeah, fever dream. And it's small. I've always thought that like a good clawfoot tub should be like big enough to, stretch out in, lay down and soak up to your neck. But no, it's like if you want your neck wet, your knees have to be out of the water, and that's no good. I want like the 7-foot clawfoot tub. I had to put it in the garden as a water feature. I have one on the 3rd floor. It leaks into my daughter's room. They're problems. I have seen some nice tubs. Actually, there's a place out in the desert. I think it's by Nevada. Not sure if it's in Utah or Nevada. There's a hot springs out in the desert where the guy, he like rerouted the hot spring to feed a couple tubs. And he's like set these tubs out just like on the landscape, and the water just fills all of them up. And so it's constantly just circulating with this steaming hot mineral water. Hang on. Gesundheit. Anyways, it's really, really cool looking, other than the fact that the mineral water really stains the tubs and it looks like yellow and orange and stuff inside. But people can go out there and sit there and enjoy year round, because it's hot water. Enjoy the sunset out there in nature. I'm always fascinated by hot springs. I'd like to buy one. I mean, assuming you can, right? Should be able to nearly swim in a good coffee. Agreed, Elizabeth. Agreed. It's got to be good size. Okay. If it's that heavy, it was super heavy. It was heavy. All right. It sounds like you have plans for the weekend. I know I have plans for the weekend, so let's kick those off and make it a good one. Did a video on Yellowstone. I'll never see hot springs the same. Yeah, the things that have fallen into a hot spring and what happens to it when that happens, that's terrible. I don't like that hot of a hot spring. I like warm hot springs. Until Monday, yes. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning, or, maybe tomorrow if something crazy happens in the news. If you see something that's crazy that you think we might want to go live with, go ahead and shoot me a little message, because I'm sure a couple of you might be interested if we follow a thing here or there. So, thank you once again to my incredibly wonderful, amazing mods. You guys are amazing. Thank you, guys and gals, both. Appreciate you all. I think I missed a couple. Let's see. Kelly P. Hey, RA in chat. Thank you, Kelly P. Ricky Watson. Howdy to y'all. Thank you, Ricky. 14 months. Breeby, Elemento, Peasy, and Sneezy. Because we have the Alec Baldwin court hearing. Yeah, it was a year long. Michelle Phillips, thank you very much. The Hurricanes lost. I'm sorry. There's always next year, right? Tom, 7 months with the courthouse. We've been here since the start. Thank you, Tom, one of the OGs. Nicole Wise is here. WeGob as well. And Green has kicked everything off with gifting memberships this morning. You guys are amazing. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Be good to each other. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Remember who you are. Be home before 10 and lock the door when you come in. All that advice. You guys are amazing. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Because he's the guy.